Hi there folks, welcome to RRTV. Sorry about that, there was just a bit of playback coming through my speakers, but yeah, welcome to RRTV's final round of the SDRT V8 Supercars. We're here tonight to cover the round 23, and it's a retro round. So before we get into it, we've got Mr. Adrian Jarvis here with me in the combox. Adrian, it's looking good out there, a lot of pretty cars, and it's going to be a good night's racing.
They will, Bernie. Cars are looking great. Good to see that the boys have got into this retro round, and I hope the viewers out there love to see this action going on. And no, it'd be fantastic. Last race for the SRDT, and we get to cover it for the final year, which is awesome. And these cars are looking pretty fantastic tonight.
Yeah, they certainly are, and basically folks, it's a retro round, so Adrian and I will get to pick the best retro paint scheme for tonight, and there will be a prize provided, yet to be determined what that will be. But 110 laps around here tonight, and the race is going to go for about 4 hours, so it'll be a late one for us. Remember folks, they have 3 fast repairs and a incident limit of 100. They also have to have 2 drivers with a driver fair share of 71% and 39%. Well, that should be 39% adds up to 110. Don't know how that works. Also bear in mind that there'll be up to 3 random safety cars tonight, and only one person knows when they will come out, and they've got that locked away in a safe, and we'll only know when it comes out.
Yeah, exactly right, Bernie. So as soon as we see those yellow flags waving, we'll let you know. So that's pretty cool. And I wonder how many people are going to pick the Tony Longhurst Castrol paint and see it on a Ford, Bernie. I already know that Mr. Longhurst ran a Ford early on, and it's running on Brian Borg car at the moment, car number 25. So for laser racing, I think the year after he jumped into Holden, and that's when Castrol went with Larry Perkins. So Mr. Longhurst actually ran that paint scheme first.
Well, that's interesting to know. I always thought that was a Larry Perkins paint scheme, but it's good history. The other thing tonight, folks, to keep an eye on, there's actually 2 teams here tonight fighting it out for the final points in the championship. From what I can tell, they're both equal on 1,590 points. So we'll bring the first car up and we'll discuss it if they're out there, and that is Evolution Racing Australia, the number 1 car. It's not on the track at the moment. There it is. In this series, they've had 3 wins, 3 second places, and 1 third place, and they're actually fighting for the championship tonight. And the team they are fighting that for is SSR1, and I'm just trying to find them at the moment.
SSR1's no good to me, Bernie. It's just like everything else. You've got to give me their number. I can find it.
Yeah, I don't know the number. I think it's number 27. Yeah, that's the one. So it's the free nut boost juice entry. Michael Schreier's out there at the moment. So these guys are also running for the championship. In this series, they've had 3 wins and 2 second places at the moment. So keep an eye on the 1 and the 27 tonight, folks, because these guys are racing for sheep stations.
Yeah, they certainly are. And look, I've got to put a shout out there to Shane Bernie. He's jumped on here and said hello, Bernie and Adrian. So thanks, Shane. He's got a new computer running, so hopefully he gets better results than me, because I'm running the old one. And yeah, she's not working too well. But yeah, no, it's good to have you guys aboard, and awesome to have the viewers along, and especially at Bathurst. Good time to run it. Fortunately, this year, next year I won't be able to make it, but hey, look, I'm going to enjoy this one.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome, that's for sure. And I just had word from race controller, 71 and 39 are not percents, they are laps. So minimum, the second driver has the maximum minimum 39 laps and 71 laps.
There you go, folks. Up to date. Old Nick down there is keeping us up to date, so good on you, Nick. It's always a pleasure to have him aboard, and obviously he's one of our 22 watchers, including myself, but I don't know how long so I'm going to run that. But we'll see how we go, and it's going to be a fantastic race.
It certainly is, and 4 minutes to go till this race starts, folks. So let's have a look at where the drivers are standing at the moment. So Evolution Racing Australia, they've come out of the box punching with a provisional pole of a 2:04.06760. Performance Motorsports Blue provisionally second, followed by Evolution Racing Australia, the 026 car, in third. Synergy Sim Racing, they are sitting in fourth at the moment, and then rounding out your top five is Laser Racing, JFFracing.com.
Fantastic, and I believe we've got Nick in the house at the moment. Good evening, Nick. Welcome to the comms box. How are you feeling tonight? A bit excited or a bit perplexed that it's the last race this year?
Yeah, g'day Adrian and Bernie. I'm excited. I think this is going to be a fantastic race for the championship. It's what we want, isn't it? Down to the last round and try and work out who the winner's going to be. I think it's going to be on. I'm going to be watching it as much as I leave my teammate out there to hang him out to dry while I'm watching the action.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, I don't know if I'd be driving around here. I'm pretty slack around here in a V8, so yeah, I'd be in your shoes. I'd let my main driver drive and try and just put the minimum laps in and said, off you go, buddy, have a go. But yeah, it's going to be fantastic with those two teams out there. And obviously getting pole is fantastic, but it's more a rate of attrition around here, and you've really got to look after the car and give yourself a chance to get to the end, don't you?
Yeah, it's a bit like the real Bathurst, isn't it? It's about buying a ticket to the last 20 odd laps, isn't it? You just got to try and stay out of trouble, stay on that lead lap, and get that ticket to the final 20 laps and make sure you're in a position there to be able to capitalise on any mistakes.
Oh yeah, for sure. We know Bathurst is pretty hard. It doesn't matter real world or even in sim. Across the top of that mountain, it's definitely daunting, and one that you've got to get right, millimetre precise. Otherwise, you're into the fence pretty hard, and you kill your car. So definitely a chance to lose the championship from there.
It is indeed. But we've only got 2.5 odd minutes left in qualifying, so I better jump out of here and let you guys alone for the last 2.5 minutes. I'll pop back up a bit later and let you guys know what's in store for next year as well for the series.
Yeah, no worries, Nick. We'll let you go and get on top of things, and obviously reel those boys in and make sure they do a proper job on what they've got to do. But thanks for coming up, and we'll chat to you soon.
Okay, guys, have a good call.
Fantastic. And while that discussion was going on, Richard Hampstead brought the 048 to the party for Team A&L Motorsports, and they've got provisional pole with a 2:04.018, and they're carrying quite an interesting retro livery, and that's the iRacing livery.
Yeah, no, it's just quickly flicked over to those boys, and deserving provisional pole for that car, I reckon, Bernie.
Yeah, well, they've got it at the moment, and there's not a lot in it between them and Evolution Racing Australia 1, who's coming into the chase now. They are only 0.4 or 0.004 of a second behind at this point. They're coming through now to finalise their lap. Ian Ford is in that car, and it looks like he's backing out of it, so they might be happy with their run, or he's just going to start another flyer now. So they're sitting in second at the moment. The 27, Synergy Sim Racing, they're down in fifth. Now, it doesn't really mean much, does it, when we've got 110, but I guess the further up you are in this 32 car field, the safer you should be in that first lap.
Yeah, being out the front is all about staying out of trouble. and basically getting up near the front, theoretically you shouldn't have an issue, but you know, we've seen races before, you know, third and fourth come together and cause mayhem. So yeah, the further up the field you are, the better, but just watching a few cars go for a spin, yeah, the better off you are to start the race. So we'll see how we go with, well, we've got just under 3 minutes to go, so the boys are still trying to push out some lap times there, but a 2:04, nearly a 2:04 flat, that's quite a feat, and Ian Ford's been around here plenty of times in these things, so he's going to push a little bit harder, but depend on the weather. And geez, my telemetry must be out there, Bernie.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Michael Schreier was on a fast lap then, but he's come unstuck coming down onto Conrod Straight. So his fast lap's over and done with, and Ian Ford hangs it out in Forest Elbow, the same place Michael Schreier come to grief just a moment ago, down onto Conrod Straight now. This will be definitely the last car out there on the oh man, I'm having one of those nights, qualifiers, and we'll see if he can actually snatch pole from Richard Hampstead coming into the chase now, and we'll know in the next 30 seconds whether this is a good lap or not. And he's backed out of it.
Yeah, I say you got a off track there or something. It's very hard, like you're pushing really hard, but I mean, to have a time at 2:04.06, Bernie, that's a pretty decent time. I mean, you shouldn't be too upset with Team ANL with a 2:04.018. That's a pretty quick time, but those boys weren't that far away from getting that either. So a decent effort from those boys. 0.04 of a second. That's not much.
No, it's not much at all, and at the end of the day, whether you start first or second, you're on the front row anyway, and that's where they would want to start. We can see now Farzan El Nabi for Performance Motorsport Blue. This car's sitting provisionally in third, and they're coming through to finish their lap now. They're the only car out there on circuit apart from the 85, which has finished that lap, and he's pulling it in. So that's pretty much qualifying, folks. So let's have a look at our grid, because we've got quite a field to go through, Adrian.
Certainly do, and I'll tell you what, yeah, Farzan there coming into pit lane. I wouldn't mind seeing a few boys do that coming into pit lane for sure.
Yeah, that's right. So let's have a look at the grid. So Team A&L Motorsports will start from pole position, followed by Evolution Racing Australia, the number one. In second, third, Performance Motorsports Blue, followed by Evolution Racing Australia, the 026. And Synergy Sim Racing, they're starting out of fifth tonight. Out of six will be Laser Racing, jffracing.com, followed by ANZ Simworks in seventh. Evolution Racing Australia will start out of eighth, followed by Waysouse Racing out of ninth. Team OGMRZ will start out of 10th. Out of 11th is Laser Racing 2, followed by ABR Team 4. Out of 13th, Redback Racing Teams at the 031. Race on Oz, the number 69 out of 14th, and ABR Team 3 out of 15th. Out of 16th is PFR Team Kiani, followed by ABR Team 2. Out of 18th is ABR Team Simulated 1, followed by HTR 2, and then Redback Racing number 350 out of 20th. Out of 21st, Redback Racing Team, the 149, followed by Laser Racing 3 in 22nd. Performance Motorsports Red will start in 23rd, and Redback Racing Team, I can't read that number, out of 24th. ABR Team 5 will start out of 25th. Out of 26 is HTR 3, followed by their sister car, the HTR 1 team, and then we have HTR 4 out of 28th. Podified Motorsport out of 29th, and Performance Motorsport White out of 30th. Out of 31st will be Synergy Sim Racing 2, followed by Jordan Murphy Motorsport, and that's your field of 32 cars.
32 cars, Benny. That's a decent field. So 64 drivers tonight, which is pretty awesome effort by everyone involved tonight. And what a race to end the series on. This has been a fantastic series, and one that I've been proud to cover off with you, Bernie.
Oh, it's been absolutely fantastic. I can't believe 23 rounds this series has run, and they've done such a fantastic job, and it's just been a pleasure to call it, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, for sure. And the support from Nick and the boys here running the series, it's been fantastic. So to cover V8 race, something that we haven't done before the year, so it's been fantastic. And and as the lights go green.
Yeah, I was about to jump in there. The 47 takes first blood. The number 1 right behind them is sitting in second. Hold your breath, folks, as they come through Hell Corner for the first time. A field of 32 cars, and it looks like a fairly clean start out there with no damage, so to speak.
Yeah, the boys got around Hell Corner fairly cleanly as they're racing away. And some of these deliveries are fantastic as they're running down up to Mountain Straight into the first series of corners going up Bathurst.
Yeah, so we've got Team A&L Motorsports leading. That's Tyson Williams, Luke Harvey for ERA number 1 in second. But Synergy Sim Racing, Brenton Hobson, they've had a blinder of a start. They're already up to third, and they are right behind ERA 1. So that bodes well for a fantastic battle here tonight at the Mountain.
Oh, it certainly does, Benny. Those boys had a cracker start. They've jumped up 2 places, and so have a couple of other blokes as well. So we'll get through that soon, but we've got to get through this. It's across the top of the mountain. Obviously, it's always exciting to get this first lap through, but I think these boys really turn it on through lap 2 and 3. So hang on to your pants, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see how these boys get through the next 5 laps.
Yeah, and we're having a look from the blimp, just watching the cars snake their way across the mountain for the first time down onto Conrod Straight now, and you can just see how spread out this field of 32 cars is.
Having the top 3 broken away at the moment. I mean, Team A&L have dropped out nearly a second, but the next 2 are really on their tails as we're going through the chase here. Everyone's trying to find their positions as the boys back there fighting away. The Richard Alloway trying to fight there with the ERA forward there at the moment. Oh no, we've got Sean Thompson in the wall there just before Murray's, Bernie. Not looking good for him.
Yeah, he's facing the wrong way, isn't he? Let's jump back and have a look at that replay if we can.
As, we'll just try and keep you up to date, Bernie. We'll just push in here if anything goes on. But pretty well much line astern going up Mountain Straight again. We've got a few guys there really pushing the envelope at the moment.
Yeah, we've got the replay up now. We can see Mr. Thompson now just coming in to the Caltex chase for the first time. He's right behind Way South Racing here. They've actually come together, Way South Racing and the number 85. It was very minor touch, but it was enough to put Sean into the wall quite heavily. He's going to have steering trouble, definitely will have steering trouble from that, as the wheel catches and throws the car around. It's a big trouble here for Team OG MRZ.
Yeah, very nice car, that one, set out there by their painter tonight. But yeah, like I said, folks, these guys were fairly nice on the first lap, just about. And yeah, they're playing for keeps in lap 2. They're going to look at, they're still too wide in some corners, going up Mountain Straight. And in Forest Elbow, yes. Richard Alloway turned around, Bernie. I'm sure he got pushed then. Car 40.
Okay, we'll jump onto that in a moment. We're just having a look here as Brenton Hobson and Luke Harvey side by side into the chase, and Luke holds him out, but he runs on the grass, and Brenton's going to pounce here. This is a race for the championship, folks. Already on lap 2, these guys are racing for sheep stations.
Oh, that incident with Richard Halloway, Bernie, that really got really messy. That got a couple of guys mixed up in that, not in their fault. So if you can get back to that and follow that for a little bit, I'll just keep an eye on this and I'll keep you up to date, because these boys aren't being nice tonight. They're full on tonight.
Yeah, they certainly are, and I'm trying to find that incident. You said it was a 49, did you?
I'm pretty certain it was car 49. Yes, I was. Yeah, that's car 49 coming out of Forest Elbow, Bernie. It was not really pretty.
Yeah, meanwhile now Synergy Sim Racing, Brennan Hobson, they jump up into second, so a fantastic start there. They've just passed the ERA 1 car, and they're definitely throwing down the gauntlet tonight. But bear in mind, Tyson Williams in the 048, they're leading, and the gap was 2.9 seconds last time by, but that means nothing, folks, once a safety car comes out.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think, like with the ERA, I'm sure with those boys back there, they're going, well, look, let's not fight this at the moment. We've got a safety car. We just got to hang on, get through those 3 safety cars, and then it's on for young and old. So that's when you need to be ready and pounce. And look, they're not going to do anything silly. Obviously, they want to be on the same lap. They've got to be on the lead lap. So they're not going to do anything stupid. We know ERA. They're quite a well-oiled machine, and that's why they finish where they do. They're pretty profound at doing this.
Yeah, they certainly are. We're just having a look at this replay. You're right, Richard did get a bit of a helping hand there, I think. Bit of a serve coming out of Forest Elbow and hard into the wall, but we'll stay with this to look at how it re-entered, because one of the Synergy Sim Racing cars got involved, as well as Richard's sister car. So I just want to see how that has unveiled, or has eventuated. So you can see him just waiting there. Let's go back to normal mode. Yeah, he's pulled out in front of the sister car, and that's brought the Synergy Sim Racing second car together into a wall, and I'm sure Race Control will be having a look at that one, Adrian.
Yeah, it was definitely untidy, wasn't it? Oh man, I'm just keeping an eye on what's going on back here. I'm back with Craig Jones, and Bernie will keep up to date. But yeah, it's full on. These boys aren't leaving anything on the table, I can tell you.
They certainly aren't, and you can see one of the retro liveries there of ABR Team 4. All their cars are painted retro, and this one's the Greens Tough livery, and it's looking fantastic out there. And the colour to me looks a little bit off, but beggars can't be choosers.
I think the idea tonight is just trying to get it as close as you can, and look, we know there's a few things. I talk to painters a little bit, and they don't get the sheen that they want out of iRacing, but hey, look, that's just part of it. And I think as long as it's got that feel for it, which they've done a pretty good job, I must admit. Who was that behind Jaden Borg there? Got a little bit loose coming out of Forest Elbow, collects it up, done a fantastic job to keep it going. So lost a few positions, but done a good job there.
Yeah, well, meanwhile, Jaden Borg's coming down on the outside of Craig Jones there, and he makes the move, but Wastehouse Racing's not finished here. Craig trying to keep it on the outside, and he does. Fantastic driving there, holds on to that position. That brings Brian Borg up on Jaden Borg, and must be related in the Longhurst Castrol entry, which you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, that's right. And tell you what, we've got a couple of shell liveries out there too, Bernie, so that's going to be a little bit we've got ABR ABR Team 3 with a shell livery, and then we've got Redback Racing also got a shell livery, which is different, which is really good. I like it. They've got their own sponsors on there, so Redback Racing's got Secura Safe, and then ABR, I think they've got their Angry Bird sitting on there, which is really good, and they've got the shell. So we've got a couple of old DTR liveries, but the one that I'm looking at the moment, which I'm going to put a shout out there to Benjamin, because he did give me a little message earlier on. It's a DBS livery out there, Bernie, Race on Oz. So those boys have really got into it and doing a little bit different, which is cool. And it looks like he hit the fan, so a bit of a commentator's curse there, Bernie.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting, this retro livery, because I was speaking to Benjamin last night about it, and a lot of the guys here tonight, they've chosen real-world retro liveries, but Race on Oz, what they've done is they've actually taken the livery they ran back in 2013. I think Bo Cubis drove this car in this livery, so hats off to them. I think it's one of the only teams I've seen out there that are using the history of sim racing and harking back to when this team first started.
Yeah, no, so I think it's a great idea. I mean, retro, yeah, unfortunately everyone's thinking about the old V8, which is fair enough, and look, don't get me wrong, I think it's awesome. I think the ideas that the guys have put on here tonight is fantastic, and it brings memories flooding back for you. Oh, someone's turned around there, Benny. I might have to check that out and finish this up later.
Yeah, that was Craig Jones into the fence there. He was battling straight in the pits. We'll jump back and have a look at that, because he was battling with Brian Borg and Jaden Borg at that time.
Yeah, so I'll quickly go back, and I think the boys have done a fantastic job in doing real world. But like you said, some of the retro liveries, and this is good information that we need as commentators. If you're running a sim races retro livery, we can then translate if that's what you started with, or what you thought of when you started sim racing in here and in iRacing, and I think that's a fantastic idea.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we just had a look at that replay while you were talking, and didn't look like there was much contact, but it was very similar to the Sean Thompson incident earlier on. It was almost like as I was side drafting, the wind was taken out of the sails of this car and lost traction into the wall and straight across to the pits.
Yeah, lucky to have that there, isn't it? Yeah, very. I'm just watching your replay. I know it's a little bit late, but just lost rear traction, didn't it? So no contact there, but yeah, lucky there, if you could say that, right near the pit lane and get your car fixed. So hard luck. This is a tough track. Don't get us wrong. It's a shame that I'm not going to go there in February, but look, I know I'll get there at some stage. But yeah, the boys are doing a great job tonight, and no, it's fantastic to see these cars running tonight.
Yeah, it certainly is, and having a look at our leader, Tyson Williams, Team A&L. Richard Hampstead put this car on pole. They've been leading since the flag dropped. We're up to the 7th lap. Having a look at the gap back to Brenton Hobson, 1.4 seconds, and then Luke Harvey is 3.7 seconds down from the lead, but 2.3 seconds down from Brenton Hobson. So these guys are just keeping the top two in touch. And Adam Zeidinger, he's had a good run as well, hasn't he? And he's in the ERA car out here. Bit of an interesting car, this. He was meant to team up with Brenton O'Brien tonight, but Brenton had other commitments, which is quite unfortunate. But he told me he was going to join in, and I've forgotten his name. So there's a breaking story. Someone else will be jumping in this car.
Yeah, and I can't put a scoop on you either, Bernie, because he's not here at the moment. But I don't know if Adam's too disappointed the boss man's not with him. I mean, how many drivers want the boss man in the car with them?
Yeah, exactly. I just had a look at my notes here. Tom Jones will jump into this car. They're driving a Ford tonight, and I know Mr. O'Brien, he is a die-hard Ford fan. That's the inside scoop I've had from his team. He absolutely loves the Ford, and he's going to be really heartbroken that he's not out there tonight in this beautifully prepared car. Pretty much prepared just for him, from what I understand.
Yeah, and I can imagine your Facebook messages and that are going to be pinging off the charts if he's listening to this. Even I know Brenton, he'll be having a sly look to see what's going on tonight. He's not. He's a die-hard manager, isn't he? He'll be looking and he'll be pinging you tonight, I tell you, because contrary to belief, I believe he's that little what you circle mistakes with fans. So. As we know, with the Fords, they're an oval, so there ain't no circles on a Ford.
I'm pretty sure he's blue through and through, from what I understand. But if you're out there, Mr. O'Brien, that's the word I've got. And I just thought he appeared in the comm box, but he didn't. We've got Sean Thompson down there. He did say he'd pop in, and unfortunately, Sean's race is still going, but not to plan at the moment. So we'll bring him up in a minute.
Yeah, no worries. It'd be good to have him up here. But yeah, I'll tell you what though, it's a nice little livery on here on the Car 26, isn't it? Brings you back to the electrical days with 888 Racing and Craig Lowndes running that livery. So it's looking pretty smicko, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. It's looking really nice, and I like the way they've used a similar livery, but again, they've gone and they've put their sponsors in place. I think that used to probably have better electrical or something across the side.
Yeah, you're right, Bernie. It's NPMS sponsor. So if you're in, I think it's in Brisbane here, NPS. They got simulators here in West End in Brisbane. So if you ever want to jump on a simulator, yeah, jump in and see those guys there. Apparently they're pretty good. I haven't seen them yet, so and I live in Brisbane, would you believe, and I haven't got around there, but apparently they're pretty good, and I've seen them on there because of ERA and that. They look pretty cool, so if I ever get a chance, I'll definitely jump in and have a look at them, and but they look pretty good on there on their website, mate.
Yeah, I haven't had a look at them either, but I know they do play quite a part in this team. They're not only sponsoring them, but I think they're also helping them in other ways, which is great to see. And it's great to see them backing this team and being involved in our sim racing. But let's bring Sean Thompson up and we'll have a bit of a chat. Hi Sean, welcome to the Combox, mate. The race didn't exactly go the way you wanted at the start there. We saw you in the wall earlier, and what sort of damage did your car suffer from that?
Pretty major damage from the first incident is we kind of clobbered the wall pretty hard. And after that I wasn't too happy really, it's not the way anyone wants to start a race. So we got it fixed, and then I came back out, and then I just started making mistake after mistake, and I decided to come back in after the last mistake and hand the car over to Matt, and decided to have a little bit of a break and relieve myself from that first incident.
Yeah, sometimes that's the best thing you can do if you're sort of distracted by what had occurred. Best thing you can do is put your other driver in there. We see him at the moment on track. He's in 31st, doing a good job. You guys are one lap down, but very early in the race. There's still 100 laps to go and a safety car. So what sort of plan have you got to try and get this car back on the lead lap? Do you think it's possible?
Well, in the racing world, it's always possible. So we're just going to keep pushing, and hopefully some things fall in place for us, and we can get back on the lead lap and start battling for some position.
Yeah, fantastic. And we had a look at the replay, and it looked like a very minor touch, but it doesn't take much when your car's on the track limits like that was. But I thought you were going to get away with it up until the fence actually grabbed your steering wheel, and it almost rolled you, didn't it?
Yeah, it almost did. Coming up beside Craig Jones there, I thought I was all good, and it seemed it was going good, and then the car just snapped and aimed for the wall, and there was almost nothing I could do about it. So we just copped it sweet, and got to try and move on from that and do a bit better.
Yeah, and you're not the only one out there to hit that wall, because Craig Jones for Wayhouse Racing pretty much did the same thing and went hard into that wall as well, and ended up having to limp that car to the pits. But we're having a look at your livery out here. Can you tell the viewers a little bit about it and what it's inspired from?
Well, it's inspired from the Holden Racing Team livery. I kind of got it by nagging at a friend. We all call him the Pelican, and that. And he decided to surprise me with this livery, and I definitely love it. You know, I might even run it for the next season. Who knows? But yeah, the whole team's loving the livery. I'm loving it. It's because it's got me 085 on it and whatnot. So yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, it certainly looks the part, that's for sure. And while we were talking there, Matt got past a couple of cars. He gave the short back and shoulders to the 149 Redback car, and he's also got the 041 behind him now. So he's getting through the field and starting to make his way back up to where you want that car to be.
Yeah, he definitely will. He's definitely a good steerer, and he won't hold anybody up. If he's got a lap car behind him, he'll definitely let him go. And he'll focus on his own race and not anybody else's trying to get back onto that lead lap.
Yeah, and it's looking pretty neat out there at the moment. I'm going to hand you over to Adrian and see if he's got any more questions for you, and we'll get back to seeing how the leaders are going up front here.
Yeah, not a problem, Bernie, as I'm actually watching the broadcast while I'm talking to you as well.
Yeah, thanks, Benny. Sean, Adrian here, mate. Look, thanks for coming up here to the booth and having a chat with us. But yeah, that livery on there, it reminds me of the old Craig Lowndes when he 888 Racing ran that, which is pretty not too far off the old HDT dealer team, but very similar in design to the old 888 Racing one.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely really nice, and I can't take my eyes off it in this replay, as I can see he's on it. And, definitely looks really good.
Yeah, it's really it is a top effort there, but the race tonight, as a driver, I mean, it's really hard to understand for some people, like when you're out there and you're having you had a moment there, and unfortunately it looks like that, you know, yourself there is a little bit flustered and realised that, but you brought yourself in and said, hey, look, man, I'm having an issue here, I've got to take the time out. How much effort does it take to actually understand that you're struggling out there and need to hand the car over?
It actually takes a lot. A lot of people stay out there and continue making mistakes and not hand the car over to their co-driver, and that. But you got to slowly realise to yourself that, hey, this ain't working. Maybe it's best to hand the car over, even if I'm going half a tenth a lap slower than the main driver would. You know. So yeah, it's just a matter of compensating, really.
Yeah, I'll hang on to you there, Sean. Did you catch that, Benny? Braden Bateman in car 654. There was a big accident coming up to the cutting.
Yeah, I'll definitely have a look at this, because there's two cars limping up the hill and both don't have any bonnet on them. So let's jump back and have a quick look at what unravelled here.
That definitely wouldn't be good.
Yeah, sorry guys, I'm keeping it on. I'm not watching your car at the moment. It gets too intoxicating and I might miss something. And I just thought I'd leave it on most exciting, which is quite handy for myself at the moment. But hopefully Bernie's got back to that replay, and we'll get back to Sean in a minute.
Oh my goodness, yeah, no, tell you what, the 149 is toast. The 041 was involved in this. This was just behind your car, Sean. So the 149, that's had to be taken to the pits. The 041 has also got heavy damage. So has the 654. We had 4 cars here going into the wall heavily, and a lot of cars damaged. So I tell you what, Sean, your driver Matthew did well to get through these cars, because that was a battle pack he was fighting about a lap ago.
Yeah, definitely. Just watching that on the replay now, it definitely looks crazy.
Yeah, sorry guys. Bernie, after you do that, can you go and check on 048, our leader? I think he's had an incident as well, mate.
Man, you're keeping me busy tonight.
certainly are, and we can't even finish off our interview at the moment.
Yeah, so we're having a look at the replay of this at the moment. We're actually still in replay. We might as well stay with it, and we'll see what happened here to the 048.
Yeah, sorry, folks. We've got to keep you up to date because sometimes these things get crazy, and they certainly turned it on. And I know we were in an interview, but we've got to keep up to date for these incidences as well to make sure that you're up to speed what's going on, because some of these can be championship deciding positions. Oh man.
So we're just keeping an eye on what happened here. At this point, they're just coming up Mountain Straight, and he's got the Synergy Sim Racing #1 right behind him as they're flashing in and out. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of netcode issue there, and we just see the result. Oh man, I tell you what, he nearly got cleaned up by ERA1 there, and that's just happened at the top of Mountain Straight. As far as I suspect, SSR1 and Teardale Motorsports might have come together, Adrian, through netcode.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, and when you finish, I'm going to pick up on Laser Racing. Sorry, Sean, mate, but Laser Racing had a lazy spin, so it's not too bad, but we need to get the viewers up. That Just Cars livery reminds me of a Paul Morris livery. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sure the viewers might get me on that too. So, car 012, sorry, Bernie. You might be chasing for 417 there or whatever I said, but car number 012, she had a little bit of a lazy spin coming out of the Caltex chase. Yeah,
no worries. I've got the 012 up here, but the paint scheme has 427 on it as he nearly hits a wall and keeps it out of trouble there. So it's definitely going off here at the moment. But I tell you what, Brenton Hobson at the moment is running away with this. The gap back to the 26 of Adam Zeitinger, 5.5 seconds. ERA 1 has dropped a position, so they're down in third at the moment, and they're right behind their sister car, the 26.
Yeah, once again, it's not a bad idea if they're actually using that car for a bit of a drafting effect. That might save a bit of fuel. I mean, even in a safety car event, less time stopped in a pit stop, but probably not a bad little tactic there at the moment, just trying to keep that car in touch. But we'll get back to Sean, mate. We're going on about trying to keep you cool, which is really good that you jumped out of that car and handed it over to your teammate. You might have lost some time there doing that because it's an extra stop, but you know, the time that you've lost in the pit lane probably saved you a lot more time in getting a tow around this place.
Yeah, exactly. And we're just going to try and really scrape back and see where we can really finish. We only really jumped in tonight for a bit of fun and just have a bit of a race. Really, the team's been really busy with life, work, and whatnot, so we haven't been able to commit to the races that we have been wanting to. So we started the Angry Birds Championship, and then it slowly went down the drain. And as you probably always know, as life comes into play, and sometimes you can't always race when you wanna. And yeah, so this season's has been pretty much fun, and then next season we're going to be kicking it into high gear and going full pelt.
Yeah, certainly know about life's problems going through that at the moment, but look, they're my problems at the moment. We're not going to get into those, but yeah, it is a hard task, but it's good that you're out there having a bit of fun. I suppose take the paint now. Look, it's a long race, Sean, and definitely something that you can keep moving forward. And as we're seeing at the moment, these boys are going off, and look, you could probably gain a few more positions, boy, if they keep racing like this, for sure.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There's heaps of guys making mistakes out there, so there's plenty of room for us to gain position now. So yeah, just got to stick in there and finish the rest of the race.
Yeah, certainly do, mate. Well, look, we're going to let you go, and oh, geez, no, that's netcode. That's all right, Bernie. That's fine, mate. Look, we're going to let you go, Sean. If you want a quick shout out there, if you like, that's fine. Drop a few names if you like, but look, you're more than welcome to come up here and join us a little bit later on. It is a long race, so if you feel like coming up quickly after you have your last stint there, you can more than welcome to come up and join us.
Yeah, not a problem, guys. Thanks for having me.
No problems. And quick shout out, mate. Don't forget your shout out. Don't forget.
Oh yeah, don't forget the shout out. Got to give one to Mr. Matthew Clote. He jumped in the car last minute just after finishing work and volunteered to do this with me. And then a shout out to the sponsors, GTI and Cayenne. They're always a big help. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for popping in, Sean. And at the moment, we're having a look at this battle between Dave Oliver and Daryl Hockey. These guys are down in 22nd, 23rd, would you believe, Adrian? And I'll tell you what, the racing is fierce down here between these two.
Yeah, and just jump back here to see those. Synergy Sim Racing 2 and ABR's Team 1. So ABR Team 1 looks like they're running the old DJR True Blue scheme, which is fits really well on the Falconstone. And as I see Mr. Just trying to pick up his name there, Darryl, he's jumping up in the air because of a little bit of net stuff going on as he's going for a pass here.
Yeah, so Dave Oliver's just made that pass on Daryl Hockey, and that moves Dave up to 22nd. This car was involved in that incident earlier on at Forest Elbow. You can see the damage it's still carrying, and they're trying to get this car back up to the pointy end, but they've got a long way to go. They're 95 seconds down from the lead at this stage.
Yeah, and it's travelling at a good rate of knots, even with that front guard missing, which is pretty awesome in a V8 supercar. Who knows? We should rip all those guards off and make it a open wheeler. It might even be quicker.
Yeah. Now, a couple of announcements here. The 012, this 427 livery, we need to thank Ben Anthony, who's in our chat channel. He's told us this is the Bathurst 24-hour Monero livery. So thanks for that, Ben. I'd never have picked it. I saw the Monero, but I had no clue what that's about. But so that's what that one is, Adrian.
Okay, I'm going to pull you up there. What do you call it?
The Monero. Don't say Monaro, because that's like Upper City Bougainville or something.
Right, well, I'm going to pull you up because I'm a bogan, because as far as I know, it's a Monaro.
It's a Monero. You're a Queenslander. You call castles castles, so who knows what you'd call this car, mate.
Well, I'm a Ford guy, so it's a Monaro, and you got a Ford. So, you know, that Monaro is a piece of, yeah, and the Ford's just, yeah.
Right. Okay, let's move on with the other news. The 056, a True Blue Racing entry. That's ABR Team Simulated 1. Word is from the pits, this car is struggling. They've put the wrong diff in the car for this race. and you know what happens when you put the wrong diff ratio in, you struggle. So that's why this car's so far down. I'm sure they're going to be looking at their pit crew at the end of this race to find out how that diff was put in that car.
Well, the engineer's going to get a good talking to, I can tell you, with that without a doubt.
Yeah, and I think they're going to talk to him as well, because apparently he said it was a Monaro diff.
Oh, come on, you're not... Look, I've heard of silly things, but why would you put a Monaro diff in a Ford? I mean, I know you can. I know guys put a Ford diff in a Holden, which is understandable because the Ford 9-inch diff is awesome, and you can't get away from it. But why would you put Holden diff in a Ford? That's just wrong.
Yeah, just as wrong as you calling it a Monaro. But anyway, we're having a look at the 031 here, fighting with the 97. This is for 8th or 9th and 10th. Michael Talenjic, he's actually fighting David Baxter at the moment. Looks like Aaron Lee will also be taking to David's car later as well. So that'll be great to see Aaron out there in the V8.
I don't know how well he'll go in the V8. He's awesome in the HPD, but this thing is just, just doesn't have anything, mate. I think he might struggle in this thing.
He's actually, I spoke to him earlier in the months when he jumped in the V8. He's actually enjoying it. He really likes the supercar and he's enjoying the challenge. So I wouldn't write him off. I reckon he'll be all right.
No, I'm not going to write him off. I mean, for sure. I think Aaron's quite a quick racer, and I enjoy watching his skills on track. It's just saying, like, these things, difference between a HPD and a V8 is totally different, and they're not an easy beast to handle. No,
not at all. I was just having a look. There's a message on the commentary channel there for you, Mr. Adrian.
Yeah, apparently they're fast on race days.
Yeah, that's it. I was trying to G you up a bit more, but it didn't work, did it?
No, I'll tell you what. The other abbreviation, and not found on rubbish dumps either, because that's just wrong. I find a lot of Holdens on rubbish dumps because they're just holding together.
I see. Looking further down, the 444 Sean Chappell. This is the other car that had that big trouble in Forest Elbow. They're sitting in 19th at the moment. They're just rounding up the 015 ABR Team 2 with Chad Vigor driving it. For some reason, the paint scheme for this car didn't download, and we see a purple and black paint scheme.
Who would have funked that the paint scheme didn't download?
Yeah, I'm absolutely shocked by it, you know. Not like it's ever happened to us before or anything.
Yeah, no, not at all. That's why I ask questions and I get told about it afterwards.
Yeah, and at the moment we see Matt Stratford here in the Henlink Performance Motorsports White 674. He's coming under a lot of pressure now from Baxter in the 31. They've dropped Talenjic off a little bit, but David's looking like he wants to get this car up. They're currently fighting for 8th and 9th position. Last time we saw them half a lap ago, Talenjic and Baxter were fighting it out. Okay,
Bernie, I found what I was going to say earlier and I forgot about it, but I found it. God, have another drink, Adrian. FORD, fear of racing Dodge.
Okay. Where's the punchline?
Come on, you've got to... What's wrong with a Hemi motor, mate? It beats, hands down, beats both of these meow wagons all day long.
What the hell? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about tonight. How many beers have you had tonight?
Well, not enough, apparently.
Maybe I haven't had enough, if they're meant to be funny.
Oh, geez, viewers, I tell you. We're going on about Ford badge, and we go FORD, fear of racing Dodge. We don't have a Dodge in this series because they're all scared of them.
You hear that? That's the crickets chirping as everyone's wondering what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, okay. I'd love to see a Valiant on this racetrack. I reckon they'd be throwing the spanner in the works. How's that?
Well, speaking retro, I'm sure there was a few Valiants out there running in the heyday, and you know, they're probably alright, who knows. But someone just asked about pit stops. We're having a look down at the moment. The cars that have stopped, ERA1, they have did a 33.1 second stop. Luke Harvey stayed in that car. Craig Jones, he also stopped, but he stopped because he had to get that car fixed. The 016, Scott Kozlowski, has also stopped, and 19.8 second stop. The 040, that did a 10.3 second stop, and I think that was to fix damage, and so did the 056 right behind them. They did stop, but as far as the other cars, none of the leaders have made their pit stops as yet, apart from ERA1.
Yeah, I did say that, and I think it's I think with the Fords, I think it's about 45 minutes, viewers. Roughly about that time they've got to stop. So they're pitting early, which is maybe a little bit of a trick strategy with those guys. They've got to, what they're thinking is maybe if the safety car comes out in the next few minutes before they've got to pit again, they'll come in and pit anyway, throw another set of nice tyres on. What they're doing here is they're using the nice fresh tyres, gaining track position with time, and if they come in through, as we see a car, Sean Chappell getting a little bit sideways there. If they get the safety car, they'll come in, throw another set of tyres on, don't have to stay long for fuel, so they may skip a few guys in the pit lane under safety car. So it's probably not a bad idea coming in a little bit earlier and instead of waiting for the safety car.
Yeah, that's right, but what I'm hearing on the chat channel, this car may have had some issues with the 048, and they had to get that car in, so that could be why they've had an early stop. That's just what I'm hearing on the chat, but maybe we could get that confirmed. We've also, the viewers are wanting to know what's happened to Forza Nabi and whether he has pitted, but I can't see where he has pitted. I thought he was teamed up with Michael Talenjak, and if he is, that car has not come in for the pit, so I think Forzan might have qualified that car, but Michael's driving it.
Yeah, I might chase up that 048 incident with the 01 car just to make sure to see, and I'll let you know, Ben.
I'll just jump in. The 048 has gone heavily into the wall at the top of the mountain, and that car's been towed back. Let's have a look at what happened. Yeah, heavy hit up there at the top of the mountain. I tell you what, that has reminiscence of Chaz Mostert's crash. Exactly how it happened in real world, apart from Tyson wouldn't have broken a leg. But yeah, that brings back some scary memories.
Yeah, I'm sort of caught up here. I've caught up with these guys again with the number one car as well, but I haven't got any confirmation of any incident with these two cars at the moment.
Yeah, no worries. So at the moment, your top five are Brenton Hobson in the 027. They're leading at the moment, 6 seconds down to the number 26. Adam Zeidinger's driving that car for Evolution Racing Australia, and no doubt they're trying to hunt down Synergy Sim Racing 1 to try to get up there and put some pressure on that car. In third is the Laser Racing Jason Bence as he hits the wall coming down the mountain, but he saves it. In the Monaro a 24-hour entry, and again he nearly hits the wall coming through Forest Elbow. Fourth, we have right behind him Jaden Borg, ABR Team 4. This car 21 seconds down from the leader, and then rounding out your top 5 is Performance Motorsports Blue, Michael Talenjak driving that car, and he's 41 seconds down from the lead, and he's 4 seconds up from the 674 in 6, which is Performance Motorsports White with Matt Stratford driving it.
Fantastic, and I can update the viewers with the incident between the 048 and number 1 car, Bernie. The end of lap 16 going into the chase, 048 comes in and goes for the dive, and the number 1 car looks like it turns in, or I think it's a racing incident, but at the end of the day, it's they were racing for position, and the 048 had the line there, so I wouldn't call it a Win-Cup McLaughlin incident, but yeah, it's a bit of a shame if that's caused major damage to the 1 car, because obviously it's after the championship.
Well, exactly right. We're having a look at that replay now, and just to show the viewers what you were talking about here. So you can see there Tyson going on the inside. It is very much his Win-Cup-esque, isn't it? But unfortunately that's pushed the 1 out into the grass here.
Yeah, it certainly has, and sort of like what happened earlier on this year in the real world, but yeah, I think it's a racing incident. I wouldn't be putting any blame on one particular driver in that sort of circumstance, for sure.
Yeah, and they brought that car straight in because they had to get that car repaired after that contact, which has put them a bit on the back foot here. But they're running in 9th at the moment, 65 seconds down. We know there will be a safety car. We know there will be possibly up to 3 safety cars randomly brought out tonight. So that's going to close this gap right down for them. And I you know, it's bittersweet, but if you're going to have something go wrong, you probably want it to happen earlier in the race, so you've got more time to recover. But Luke's doing a great job in the Logitech entry out there. He's lapping in, last lap was a 2:06, so he's lapping at the same speed his teammate, the 26 is, and his teammate, the number 26, has taken the lead, so they're running at the moment, leading. The 27 looks like they've had a pit stop, but I can't be sure. They would have had to have a pit stop. They're over half a lap down.
Yeah, which is not good, and I can tell you now, Bernie, I think the race control is watching our broadcast as well, and they're actually reviewing that incident between car number 1 and 048 as well. So yeah, sorry guys, we caught that, but help for the viewers as well. Thank viewers. But yeah, it's not looking good for the 048, even though it looks like they're out. And we'd like to get Tyson, if he'd like to come up and have a chat with us. It'd be always good to get his view on that situation as well.
Yeah, so we've had so far 2 retirements, folks. The 048, that car has now retired. That was Richard Hampstead, Tyson Williams driving that, and that was our pole sitter, so that car's been parked. The number 49 we also saw in trouble earlier. Richard Alwood was driving that car. That has also retired from tonight's race. So we've had 2 retirements, 23 laps in on this final round of the SDRT V8 Supercar Series at Bathurst.
Yeah, it certainly has. And I'm looking at this Michael Hammond in car 25. I think, I don't know if we'll get the viewers on, but he's running the Calstarol livery, which I know Tony Longhouse ran, and I think it was only for a year, but I reckon the numbers are pretty well spot on as well. I think he ran 25 as well, but I could be wrong. We might get the viewers onto that, but I believe we've actually got Tyson down in the green room as well, Bernie, so maybe we should bring him up and have a quick chat to him while we're watching these boys run around, and we'll see if the viewers can update me, or I might even check as well to make sure that Mr. Longhurst did run that livery and number at the same time.
Yeah, no worries. Well, I'll bring him up, and you can have you can start the interview because I'm going to have a cup of coffee.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome, mate.
Hey Tyson, thanks for coming up, mate. Pretty tough times there. Whacked it on pole, but ended up binning it, mate, which isn't good. And it looks like that other incident you had with the number 1 car is under review as well.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to say sorry to my teammate Richard. I really let him down there with the accidents, and yeah, it's just a shame that we didn't end up how the way we wanted.
Yeah, it's a tough old track, and it looks like the safety car's out, so we've got a little bit of a breather here at the moment, and Bernie's gone off and made himself a coffee, which is fantastic timing.
No, I'm actually here, mate. There was sorry to jump in. There was a coming together. Braden Bateman had an incident into Forest Elbow. 4 cars are involved. Quite a lot of damage. So I'm not sure if this is a random safety car or if it's been called out for that incident. And the race on Oz goes. I'll get back to you.
Yeah, no worries. It looks like it's actually popped the engine there, Bernie, and it's Cactus as he's whacked it in the pit lane, which is unfortunate. So, Tyson, we're a bit busy here. Second time we've had an interview and we've been really busy, which is good timing. Hey guys, come up and we get really busy and you don't have to talk much.
Yeah, so you guys can continue the interview. I just want to see what happened to this race on Oscar as it came down here.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's probably surprised us chucking it on pole, but obviously a track that you enjoy.
I think it's a good track. I mean, she did all the hard yards with the setup and everything to really tune the car up and make it fast. And he put it on pole. So I mean, I feel that I've let him down, which sucks. But we do have one big announcement that we're going to form an alliance with another team, Guild of Australian Young Stars, and hopefully we can really take it to the big teams throughout the next season.
Well, that's fantastic. Heard it first on RRTV again, Bernie. We've got the scoops here, which is really good. I mean, it bodes well for RRTV, but it's awesome to know that you guys are teaming up with another organisation. I know those guys. We have covered them off in other series, and they definitely want to move forward. So awesome news there for you guys, and obviously with the extra information there, you guys should start moving forward a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, work with Richard Hampstead obviously being a multiple official champion and V8 Scops champion. I mean, we've come a long way, I feel, that with the car and everything.
You know, it's they've come a long way too, the cars themselves, and iRacing's done a fantastic job of getting these cars sorted out, and just seeing these cars taking it easy. They've got to move their backside a little bit. They've got to move forward. They've got to catch up to their safety car. I know some guys are a little bit struggling here, but no, it's always good that teams merge together, because obviously the more guys in there, the better off. And I mean, to look at an example at ERA, I mean, that's a big team, and they're moving forward quite well. So obviously they've got a big target on their back, and everyone wants to try and beat them.
Yeah, I mean, they're the sort of teams we strive to aim to, but I mean, it's obviously a long way for us. We had the 1 lap pace. I don't know really that we had the race pace, especially with our setup. Didn't really last long on the front tyre, but I mean, hopefully we'll get there soon.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You know, obviously as the team grows and expands, you get a few more guys that are probably a little bit more cluey on what needs to happen, and try and get those tyre life out of the cars. And I think it's important for teams to grow and get the guys through. I mean, obviously it comes down to fitting in and see how everyone gels well. That's obviously also a key factor to teams expanding and getting more guys in there and growing as a whole.
Yeah, I agree. But the guys in the Guild of Australian Young Stars are a bunch of great guys, and we really like them, and they're all quite knowledgeable about the cars, and they're pretty good with setting up cars and everything, as we've seen in other series that we've raced with them.
Yeah, fantastic. And what's the plans tonight? Are you going to jump back in, or is it's all over for you guys?
We're seeing on what Richard can do at the moment. I'm pretty sure he's jumping in.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, you want to put a shout out there, Tyson, because we might drag Nick up here in a minute and give us a quick update and see how things are going. But you want to put a quick shout out there, and we'll let you go and see what's happening with the team.
Yeah, just thank you to Richard for giving us the opportunity to race tonight, and all of you guys at RRTV and SDRT ABR for putting on a great event.
Yeah, no worries, Tyson. Well, thanks for coming up and having a chat with us. It's always good to get the drivers up here and have a chat with us. It's good to get your side of what's going on and the news, the scoops that we get, which is really fantastic. And look, I hope you enjoyed the rest of the broadcast and the race as well.
Yep, thank you.
And while you were talking during that interview there, most of the field has pitted. Luke Harvey's bringing the number 1 back in. They got their way back up to 3rd. The interesting thing is the number 26 with Tom Jones driving, that car has not pitted, and neither has Synergy Sim Racing 1 with Brenton Hobson in that car. The safety car lights are out, so we should be going back to racing shortly. But once things settle down, as you said, Adrian, we'll bring Nick up for a chat. Now, the viewers have confirmed what you're talking about, the number 25. Basically, Ben Anthony said it was a Longhurst livery from 1999 on the AU Falcon, and yes, it was the number 25. So there you go, Adrian, good spotting. You know your stuff, let's say.
Well, geez, I haven't killed all my brain cells yet. Well, that's fantastic. That's awesome to understand. But yeah, I think it was probably only 1 year too. I think he only ran the Ford once, and then he jumped in the Holden. So I've got a funny feeling Mr. Longhurst is more of a Holden fan than a Ford fan, but he jumped ship whenever it was sort of looking quicker than the other. Yeah,
so you were saying he was really devoted to the different car brands out there.
Devoted as long as they're the fastest.
Yeah.
Which, I suppose at the end of the day, if you're a race car driver, it's whoever's paying you the most money at the time, which is, I suppose, with motorsports, that's the way it goes, I suppose.
Yeah, that's right. I think I remember, when Craig Lowndes was one of the modern guys to change brands, and I think it got pretty messy for him. But these days we're sort of used to the drivers swapping brands, because it's not so much about the brand anymore, is it? It's more about the driver and the teams.
Yeah, I think the Lowndes one was a shock to a lot of Holden fans because he got his start in the Holden, but I think that's what surprised a lot of Holden drivers, that he was a Ford man to start with, but he was one of these new age guys that he wanted to race, and it didn't matter whether it was a Holden or a Ford, he just wanted to race. And I think that comes down to what these cars are today. Realistically, they are a race car. It doesn't matter what brand you're racing for, you're a race car driver, and if someone's going to pay you some big dollars to go and race a car, well, you're not going to worry whether it's got a Holden badge, a Ford badge, a Nissan badge, or even a Lada badge. I mean, if it's quick, you're going to jump in it.
Not if it's got a Lada badge on it. I don't think it'd be very quick. But anyway, safety car lights are out, folks. Before we go racing, just give a shout out to the AF1C F1. They're going to try an F1 Series Week 13. They're going to be doing racing Thursday, Friday night, and the Friday night race will be broadcast on RRTV. So if you're into your Formula 1 racing, go and sign up, guys, because it's going to be a fantastic league, and if we can get an open wheeler F1 league running down under, I think that'd be great for our community.
Yeah, certainly will, as we're going through the chase there, and thanks for Kent letting us know that he drove all different makes and models, which is what I was getting at earlier. And yeah, like I said, Tony Longhurst doesn't really care as long as he's getting paid. That's all, because he's in a Beamer at the 12 hour as the safety car peels off here, and we're going to go green.
Yeah, we can see some cars still coming in. Both Velo Paint cars are in. The 41 Recar entries also pitting at this point. But Synergy Sim Racing will take not the checkered flag, the green flag. The 26 right behind him, Tom Jones, is in this car now with Adam Zeidinger. This is a car that Brenton O'Brien was slated to be driving tonight, but unfortunately due to other commitments he couldn't make it. And Tom's jumped up and having a go now. Michael Hammond got a good start in the Just Car Laser Racing entry right behind Tom as they come up Mountain Straight.
Yeah, good restart from the boys. We'll hang on our hats though, as we see a few boys going too wide up Mountain Straight into the cutting. So hang on to your undies, guys, because this could get a little bit exciting.
I'm not saying anything, but it's been, touch wood, a clean start at the moment as the cars now snake their way to the top of Mount Panorama here, and a lot of cars have used that safety car to get their fast repairs done. And we can see here the number 1 Luke Harvey's driving that car. I'm not sure why they came in the second time, but maybe they had to, but that car's running in 11th at the moment.
Oh, fuels and tyres, top him up, give him fresh set of tyre. Fresh set of tyres. Finger slips off the button. Awesome commentary from Adrian Davis once again. Yeah, and try and push your way forward. That team's pretty strong. Look, they've just got to beat Synergy Sim, but they're just got to be there and thereabouts and leave it for the last 30 minutes. And we see that in every racing that we cover off, Bernie. You've got to be there for the last half an hour and make sure you're set up ready for the pounce.
Yeah, and if the people are wondering why we're focusing on the 1 and the 27, that's ERA 1 and Synergy Sim Racing 1, it's because these guys are fighting for the championship tonight. It's as far as I understand, it's a dead heat at the moment, and these guys, whoever wins or beats the other guy, is going to take the championship. So there's a lot to play for those two teams.
Yeah, certainly is. So, folks, basically, whoever's in front of the other one, and they don't have to win. They could be back in 39th and 40th. Whoever's in front of the other one, that's what's going to matter. And I can tell you what, with these guys so hungry tonight, good luck to the pair of them, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting, and the way Synergy Sim Racing is attacking this race, well, they're taking it by the horns, aren't they, Adrian? They've pretty much led most of this race. If we look at the statistics, we've done 27 laps.
Sorry.
What?
I'm going to interrupt you. Car 149 has had a big incident going up to the Mountain Straight, and we've had the yellow flag thrown.
Okay, that's a Redback Racing car. Do you really want me to go back and have a look at that one?
No, because you'll be disappointed, but you've got to have a look at it because it's pretty well sad.
Okay, so we're having a look at this. Safety car is out once again, folks, and we'll see what's going on. Stephen Varga's driving this car. This is the same car that was in the wall heavily up here, half an hour ago.
Yeah, folks, obviously I don't generally butt in to what Bernie's doing, but that was pretty well massive, that one, and when he sees it, his mouth's going to drop to the floor, and I don't think he's going to say anything for a minute.
Yeah, no, that was a huge hit, wasn't it? And the 015 was involved in that. The 149, the Velo Paint, one of the Velo Paint cars also into the wall. And yeah, big hit for all three cars. Well, the 149 now does look like a Melbourne taxi cab, so, you know, tracking as well as a Melbourne taxi cab too.
Awesome. Well, thanks for letting me know what a Melbourne taxi cab looks like, because I won't get one if I ever go there, because I'm sure that obviously, and just watching that replay, I'll tell you what, in slow-mo it looks worse than what I saw it in, and man, that was lucky that 149 didn't flip over, seriously.
Yeah, it looked like it got hit up the rear by another car, but I'm not sure exactly what happened there. I was sort of, as you said, I was sort of wincing at how hard that car went into the wall.
Yeah, just lucky these guys are actually sitting at home racing them. They're not actually real life, because imagine an incident like that. That's almost like you said earlier, I mean, it wasn't in the same place Chaz did, but imagine the impact on that. I mean, that just phenomenal how hard he hit there.
Oh yeah, it was a massive hit, wasn't it? And you can see him, it brings the car in, fast repair used, and that car will go back out. This car must have used 2 fast repairs by now. I think they only get 3, and Stephen's jumping out of that, David Miller's jumping in, and that car will go back out. So, but 29 laps down, that 149's on a bit of the back foot as far as fast repairs go.
Yeah, certainly is, and it's a shame, but maybe we might give Nick a bit of poke and see if he's able to come up. We've got a bit of a respite now, Bernie, and I'll be able to get him up and have a bit of a chat and see how he's coping with all this.
Yeah, I sent him a message earlier, but I didn't get a response. I'd say he's pretty busy down there, but if you want to see if he wants to come up, it'd be great to get a bit of an update and to let the viewers know what exactly is going on out there.
Okay.
So while Adrian's doing that, folks, let's go through our top 10 at the moment. We are under safety car. So Synergy Sim Racing is leading at the moment. As I was saying earlier, 28 laps run. This car's led for 14. Evolution Racing Australia, the 026 is in second. Third, Laser Racing, JFFracing.com in third. Fourth, ABR Team 4, followed by Laser Racing 2 and fifth. Performance Motorsports White 6th, Redback Racing Team 031 is in 7th. The 032 Sister Cars in 8th. Evolution Racing Australia 1 is in 9th, so they've made 2 spots up since the safety car before this one. And in 10th is Performance Motorsports Blue.
Okay, I've got a quick update. Nick's not driving the car, surely?
Probably. He's probably driving the safety car. Oh no, he is driving. Yeah, he is. He's down in 19th at the moment, driving the 016.
Okay, we've got shenanigans going on here, Bernie. This is not clever.
Well, what's not clever?
Shenanigans. Everyone's been shenanigans tonight, especially with the Farnsey there. He was driving on the grass. He was doing a Shane bit then.
Have you opened your beer again tonight, mate?
No, not much.
Not much. Oh my goodness me, folks. Save me.
No one can save you.
Yeah, so Nick is in that car. He's running in 19th position in the 016, so of course we're not going to hear from him for a while. What's going on up front here? Could see a few guys doing the usual ghosting into the pit, seeing if anyone will bite. But the 2 front runners, they still haven't stopped. Everyone else in the field has, but these 2 have not. So I'm not sure how they'd be going for fuel at this time. You'd think they'd be needing some sort of fuel.
Yeah, it's got to be getting close. I see a few cars going in, whether they're repairs or going for fuel. But obviously there's some guys that have got to do that. They've hung out for a little bit. So I was trying to catch a little bit of chat going on there. So obviously Nick's in the car there. He's chatting away with the drivers, and he's going to check on those things later on. Multitasking tonight, Bernie, which is good to see.
Yeah, that is good to see. And Nick Hausler in 016, he's sharing that car with Scott Kozlowski. Scott Kozlowski started the car and did the first stint, and now Nick's having a run, which is great. That he can also run a series with a lot of help from a lot of guys in ABR, and also get out there and have some fun.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we don't get to race too often. I know, Bernie, you've been jumping back in the car again and enjoying your time. For me, I'm winding down even more so at the moment. But look, I'll get back into it when I can. And look, these boys are doing a great job. And obviously, it's awesome to get out there and have a bit of a poke around up here on the mountain. It's a great track. It's a demanding track. I know that. And trying to get what you can out of the car is so hard to do. So total respect to the boys and not hitting walls, because it's so hard around here.
Oh, it certainly is. And we've seen a few guys go hard into that wall. Tyson Williams, though, that crash reminded me so much of Chaz Mostert's accident. It's interesting also for strategy here, with the ERA having the 26 right up behind the 27. They can actually use that car if they want, and who knows, to put the pressure on that car and keep the number one car running the more conservative race strategy. So it could be we could be seeing something here as far as ERA strategy goes. The tortoise and the hare type thing. And it'll be interesting to see how that unfolds as this race goes on. We've also got Shane Rayner down in the green room, and we'll bring him up shortly as we see the usual safety car go through the wall, and we'll have a chat with him once the race settles down, I think, Adrian.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Have a quick chat to him, but settling down is the word, isn't it, at the moment with these boys. I don't think they're ever settled, are they?
Oh, they will. They'll get back in the groove. The other interesting thing I'm hearing is that Scott Kozlowski is actually on loan to ABR tonight, and he is on loan from All Star Motorsports. So it's great to see this car. It's got drivers from both teams having a run in it.
I mean, that goes a long way when you get guys that'll be able to jump around and be there for other teams. I mean, just goes to show the camaraderie in the Australian sim community.
Yeah, it's also good for both teams to see how different teams set up their cars and that sort of thing. It can help them a long way. All Stars Motorsports, they've come a long way in a short time, and of course we saw them in the Le Mans 24 hour doing a fantastic job there in Class B, winning that round. So great job there. But we're under starters orders again here, folks. Lap 30 of 110. Brenton Hobson gets a green flag and we're off again. Tom Jones right behind him, followed by Michael Hammond. We can see the 25 Brian Borg having a look on the inside of Jaden Borg. I'm assuming they're brothers, and Jaden holds out.
Yeah, awesome racing there, and one's driving for ABR and one's driving for Laser Racing, and doing a fantastic job there. That was so close, and doing a great job as they're running up Mountain Straight now.
Yeah, we can see now Tom Jones right behind Brenton, but Michael's putting a little bit of pressure on them here as they come up, running up to the top of the mountain.
Michael's not going to be slow.
No, he's not, and he's dropped back a little bit now, but it's quite a nice clean start out here.
Yeah, it's fairly good at the moment. The boys are hanging on there and not doing anything silly, but look at his V8s, and we're only doing lap 1 of this restart. And, usually it's lap 2 and 3 that they get excited.
Yeah, okay. Hopefully they'll be so spread out then they'll, as we see a couple of cars up there locking their brakes. I think that was Michael Hammond coming into Forest Elbow.
Oh, car 350 into the wall, Bernie, and you're not going to want to watch that one. So still issues there. Probably had a locked brake and just kept going straight forward there. So unfortunate for that. And I believe one of the viewers out there liked the old Skyline livery there, or the Scafie livery that's on those cars tonight.
Yeah, we're just having a look at that car now. It looks like it's going okay. It might have hit the wall, but it doesn't look like it's sustained any damage, and they continue on in 11th position, and he's bringing the car in, so maybe he does have some damage.
Yeah, maybe bent the steering there, which is probably possible, as we're seeing a few other cars there, as one car miraculously changed as I was watching it, but which is generally usual sometimes, Benny, especially on my computer. Yeah,
it does happen, and we can see ABR Team 5 at the moment. No front end on that car, and well, no bonnet anyway, but as we know, the way the aerodynamics work on these cars, it doesn't seem to affect them, as we saw in the background there. The 444 just glancing the wall as they come off Mountain Straight.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, and probably something that's not going to be looked at for a little while, and nothing against iRacing. It's just that they're throwing a lot of effort into their dirt track series, which is something that I like to see, which hopefully I'll be back when they bring that out, because that's going to be awesome stuff, Bernie. I reckon we might need to start our own race series and bring it up to date, so we're covering that, because that's going to be fun.
Yeah, well, I put a call out to Cover Speedway. I'm pretty keen to get a broadcast up on that, but we've had no takers as yet. We do have the Australian Speedway League. They have formed, and I'll keep a close eye on what sort of competitions they come up with. But we can see Dave Oliver now diving in at Forest Elbow. He's running in 18th position at the moment, and he just jumps up one more spot. But the next one is the 444. He should get that car fairly easily, because it's carrying quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, it certainly is, that 444. But he's he's got a little bit of damage as well, but he definitely closed in under brakes as 444 goes wide and got handed that position.
Yeah, he's stepping aside. The 654's now going through. I'm having a look where the 654 is on the track at the moment. 444's at 19th, 654 up to 18th. Aaron Nikev is driving that car for HT3, and they've actually got HTR, all three cars on the track together at the moment.
Yeah, maybe he's suffering a little bit of damage there in that 444, and he's let his teammates through and saying, look, off you go, and I'm just going to keep circling here and try and do my best to hold everyone up for you.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, Tom Jones is ragging this car at the moment. I think he might have clipped the inside wall up at the cutting. He come very close to hitting the wall again up near McPhillamy as he goes across the top, and he's throwing everything he can at this car to keep up with the 27 with Brenton Hobson.
That's what I mean. Tom is a quick driver. You wouldn't be scared of throwing him in any of these cars, and he does a fantastic job in driving in anything that you put him in. So not a bad drive to have in your car, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And we're riding on the roof cam at the moment with Tom as he's coming down Conrod Straight, and we'll see what sort of top end speed he's hitting as he comes in the chase. 293 as he enters the chase. So for our international viewers out there, that is kilometres an hour, folks, not miles per hour.
Bernie, you should be able to translate that into miles per hour. You should be old enough to understand. As that Monaro goes into the wall.
Yeah, I saw that in the background. Let's jump back and have a quick look at that.
Or as Bernie would like to say, the Monaro from America.
I have no idea what you're on about, young man, old man, whatever. Yeah, he's just glanced the wall there, hasn't he? And can see the damage on that car. The front, right fender or guard is bent. Well, totally removed. As you can see at the moment, Michael Hammond's in.
It's time we might.
Man, I'm talking. Okay, I think it might be time that we bring. So we see there, Jaden Borg, folks. He's having all sorts of connection issues as that car bounces its way up and down the mountain here. I guess you were going to say it's time to bring Shane up for a bit of a chat, Adrian.
Yes, I was.
Right. Hi Shane, thanks for waiting, mate, and welcome to RRTV. How's the race unfolding for you at the moment? Yeah, we can't hear you, mate. You might want to go and fix your microphone.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Yeah, no, I'm not racing. I'm waiting for my new T next week, and so I'm just watching the boys race tonight.
Yeah, so what do you think of the racing? Has it been entertaining? I've noticed you're over there in the RRTV chat room, and it looks like the guys there seem to be enjoying it.
Yeah, no, it's been really good. I think a few more safety cars, I think, than we've seen in the other endurance races, but that's Bathurst, I guess, with the, you blink and you don't brake in the right spot and you end up in the wall or make a little bit of a mistake, so it's a tough track, so...
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's a great way to see off the SDRT series, that's for sure. I can't believe you guys have run 23 rounds in a year. We've only covered the enduro side, but for the viewers watching tonight, the ABR SDRT also has the sprint series, which you run in between these rounds.
Yeah, no, Nick's done a great job with ABR. Like, those guys have put in a lot of work, and I sort of stepped back away from it, but they've done an awesome job in taking it over, and just hope more guys get involved in it. I think the more coverage we get, and the more people see how close the racing that is, the bigger the competition grows.
Yeah, for sure, and I guess you've been focusing on trying to get this Formula One league up and running.
Yeah, I've been doing the F1 series, and it's been hard because my computer just keeps clagging out on me. But I get a new computer next Friday. I hope I pick it up, so hopefully that'll help. And I might come back in and do some V8 racing when I get that. So it should help a lot.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic, because I tell you what, the V8 racing in this series is very healthy, and it's also healthy with the V8's Cops and the V8 Development Series, which V8's Online covers. And I tell you what, V8 supercar racing is still very much alive down under.
Yeah, look, Simon Black and the OSR guys, they do a lot for V8 racing, and it's good that Angry Birds Racing have picked up the Friday night race, because we used to have the Americas series, and that was always busy and always good. And when it left and didn't exist anymore, there was a big hole on a Friday night for racing, so this series has picked that up pretty good. Yeah, the V8's definitely well and alive. Great car to drive. Like, it's tricky and it takes a few seasons to get your head around it, but it's great racing.
Oh, it certainly is. The guys have been turning it on here again tonight, and we've seen some rather interesting accidents here tonight, haven't we? We've seen a similar Win Cup moment. We've seen a Chaz Mostert moment into the wall from Tyson there.
Yeah, it's sort of uncharacteristic, I think, of the Enduro rounds. The Enduros have been pretty clean. Like, I don't think I've seen an Enduro round where so many guys have spun. I think it must be the track condition, or, you know, dirt on the track tyres. I'm not sure what's causing it tonight, but it's uncharacteristic of how this series has been going, because normally with the Enduro races, it's quite clean. We haven't seen so many accidents in the first 30-40 laps of a race as what we have tonight, so that's interesting.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's definitely been action-packed. It's settled down a little bit now, though, so I guess we should let you go, Shane, and we'll get on to the other interviews, but just tell the viewers a little bit about the F1 League, where they can go to get more information if they want to run it. Tell them a little bit about what you're doing Thursday, Friday night in week 13.
Yeah, so we're going to run some pre-season, which runs to round 5, which is Imola. That'll be our first league session, like of the actual series. Leading up to that, we're doing the 4 races before that as a pre-season, just so guys can get the feel for the car and get a few setups given to them and find them on forums and sort of get a bit of a feel for it, because it's a very different type of car. You can't obviously race rub because you'll go flying through the air because it's open wheel. So it's a very different style of driving, but it's a great car. It's not overly hard to learn. I think if you can drive the V8, you can drive the F1 car. It's just putting in a little bit of practice and getting a few laps and a few races in, and you'll pick it up pretty quick. I mean, the V8 guys could drive this car quite easily, I think. So we're running a race on Thursday night, week 13, which is sort of a practice race leading up to the Friday night live cast race, which we're going to run a little bit later so that Western Australian guys can get in there, because daylight savings sort of stuffs up all the time zones around Australia. So yeah, so it's the AF1C Australian F1 Championship. It's in leagues. You can go there and register, and we're already up to, I think, 71 members now. So there's a bit of interest. We hope everyone shows up and enjoys the race. It's open class, so you don't have to have an A-class license to race in it. And we've got a couple of fast repairs just so for the pre-season, so guys, if they make a mistake, they can get back in there and race.
Yeah, fantastic. And what I like about it is you were telling me off the air that you'll also be helping guys with setups if they need it as well.
Yeah, we've got a Facebook page up, which is the same, AF1C Australian Championship, and we're going to be posting some setups in forums, and iRacing Down Under, which is another Facebook page. There's an area in there where you can post setups, so we'll post a few setups there for the car as well. One of the guys has given us some Apex racing setups, and we've got a few other databases and forum setups that we've grabbed for the Monza track. So there's some pretty decent setups around that are nice and stable, so drivers don't really have to work out how to set the car up. They can just come in and and we'll post some up. We're doing a practice session on Monday night, a 4-hour open practice session, and we'll share some setups in the garage there for people to grab and have a bit of a play with. That's leading up to the Thursday race. So Monday before week 13 starts, there'll be some setups in the garage there in that session. So get in there and look. You don't have to be a genius to drive the car. You don't have to win every race. When you're learning a new car, it's just about doing laps and getting a bit of a feel for it. And the F1 car is quite easy to drive. If you've driven the V8, you can drive the F1 car, that's for sure.
Fantastic. Well, I definitely look forward to see how that series shapes up, and it'll definitely be good to get some F1 racing down under here for the Aussie community, and it sounds like you've got a bit of a following already, so best of luck with that, and we'll see how it goes after the practice rounds.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, so we're hoping for a good turnout, and it's about coming in and having fun and driving an open wheel car. It's obviously a lot different to the saloon cars. It's got DRS and ERS and slipstream and engine modes and all that sort of stuff, but they all sort of aid the driver, and it's a lot of fun. The car's great. I love driving it. It's so much fun, so much grip, and the brakes work really well and heaps of downforce. It's a lot of fun. It's a good car.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for popping in, Shane. We'll get back to the racing here, and it's definitely heating up as we see Pete Sattler here having a great battle with Brendan Jackson and Samuel. Mark Samuels, that is.
Oh yeah, yep. I'd just like to say one more thing. The Sean Thompson livery is awesome, and the Shell cars, I think it's ABR, those cars look really good too.
Yeah, there's some great liveries out there, isn't there? And we've got to pick a winning livery for tonight, so Adrian and I get to choose that, but I might also get the guys.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we might also get the guys in the RRTV chat room there to give us their thoughts on what their best liveries are as well. No bias, folks.
A bit of a vote.
Yeah, we get a bit of a vote going. Yeah, that's right.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for that. I'll leave you to it.
No worries, Shane. Thanks for popping in, mate.
No problem.
Yeah, Adrian, it's definitely heating up down here in 11th and 12th. As far as the front goes, folks, Brenton Hobson's pulled out a 4.8 second lead over the number 26 with Tom Jones, and then third is Jaden Borg in the 094, and he's 7 seconds down. Luke Harvey in the number 1 has got up to 4th, and he's 12 seconds down from the lead.
Yeah, there's a four-way battle, isn't there, at the moment, and going into the chase, we're too wide. The boys are trying to hang on there, but that Holden has gone into the pit, so we've got the two Fords and the Holden now battling it out. It looks like the other one dove into the pit lane there. Yeah,
for his scheduled stop, and that's sort of going to free it up a bit. It was getting heavy there. I'm not sure how he got in the pits, because we were riding with Pete Sattler in the gyro cam at the time, and he was on the inside, so that other car must have, Brendan Jackson must have braked pretty hard to get to the pits.
Yeah, I reckon so, because there was a few other cars behind him as well, so I think he was quite lucky to get in there.
Yeah, I'd say so, but it was getting very, very congested there, but that's sort of freed up Mark and Peter, and they've got Gary Cooper, I think, just behind them.
Yeah, so this three-way battle here is definitely going to extend into a five-way battle if they keep fighting here, because they're going to slow each other up, and it's going to drag these other two cars towards them.
Yeah, and the car, the 040, Dave Oliver's still driving that 14th. This car's recovering from that incident at Forest Elbow earlier tonight, and they've been on the back foot ever since. But they're still on the lead lap. They've fought their way back to 13th. We know they've got the pace. They've just got to get a bit of luck, as it gets pretty heavy through there as they past one of the lapped cars coming down the mountain.
Yeah, there was Ian 4-2 there. He must have had a big shunt there across the mountain there, because he was really slow there, and man, that could have been a nasty incident there with all those cars.
Oh, it certainly could, and we're seeing Brenton O'Brien out there. He's in the 226 at the moment, having a run, and in the MPMS Holden. And he was slated to be in the 26 with Adam Zeidinger, but there was a change of plan there, and they threw Tom into that car, put Brenton into this car. So he's running 14th at the moment.
Yeah, I think they need to sack their painter there, Bernie. They've got 225 on the side of that car, and the car number's 226, so someone's made a little bit of a boo-boo on there.
Yeah, I'd say so, and we're just having a look at the replay, folks, because Dave Oliver in the 040 Synergy Sim Racing 2 has put it into the wall coming onto the main straight. So just having a look, he was having a look on the inside of the 997, and he's just lost it under brakes. So we're just having a look at the super slow-mo now. Yeah, pretty much lost it under brakes, clouded the ripple strip, unsettled the car, and he just kept it off the wall though.
Yeah, always good to keep it off the wall. You don't want to be hitting the wall, and I think we've got another guy down there in the green room ready for an interview. He's been sitting there patiently waiting for us to bring him up there, Benny.
I'll bring him up because I'll need a bit of a rest from all my talking, and I'll let you have a chat with him for a minute.
Yeah, no worries. Bring him up here. We'll get on to his car number 69. Benjamin, welcome to the comms box. How's the race progressing? It hasn't been too well, but we'll get your view on the race so far.
Yeah, mate, she was going excellent up until about lap 20. We had an incident with Matt Stafford at Skyline. He just stuck the nose up the inside at Skyline coming just before you're about to come down into the dipper, and he's just spun me right across the top.
Yeah, that wasn't pleasant for sure. I mean, there's not much room up there at the best of time, and to get a bit loose up there, and you find the walls pretty quickly, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that didn't bother us too much because we limped it back home to the pit lane, did our pit stops. We were due for a pit stop in about 2 laps anyway, but we came back out and there was a parked car at Forest Elbow, and basically Stevens can't see it, come around blind corner, smash straight into him, start driving all the way back down Conrod. Next thing he looks down and his temperature's at 170 just as he's entered the chase, and she blew the engine, so we had to jump back to pit during the safety car, which has given us a 2-minute tow and end up putting us a lap down.
Yeah, I did actually catch that early on when she blew up. Obviously it locked the rear diff up there and got a little bit sideways, and obviously you couldn't limp it back to the pit lane, which is a bit of a shame. 2 minutes when you're so close, if you could have limped it back in there, you would have been okay. It would have been less than 2 minutes for sure.
Yeah, no, I was telling him to put the clutch in, just roll it back to pit lane, but by the time I told him that, it blew on him.
Yeah, it's just such a shame. Boys, if you've got a starter button, mate, that's another way to try and wheel them back in. You run on the alternators, you might roll back in, but that's a little clue for next time. But what I'm getting you to do is just explain the retro livery that you guys are running. I believe it's an old one for you guys.
Yes, this one goes all the way back to 2013, back when Dale Niche, Corey Preston, and a few other guys who I think are still running about in these days. It's not for Race on Oz, but we went back through the Race on Oz forum and found basically what was almost the first livery that they ran. I think it was probably the second or third iteration of that livery that they ran, but it's probably the best looking one out of what they did. And yeah, basically I just said to Steve, and I said, we've done retro liveries every round since Canada for this endurance series, so we just thought, okay, let's go back, see what we have back for our own team, and we'll run our own retro livery.
Yeah, that's not a bad thing, mate. To run a sim team retro livery is actually a pretty cool way of doing it, because you know, we see V8 supercar teams do that with their own teams. So hey, we are sim racers, and we've been running sim racing for a while, so let's not run our own personalised sim paints. I know they do get lost now and again, but if you can find them and get them back on the car, it's always pretty cool to throw on there what you had in past years. And realistically, it's not a bad paint scheme, mate. It shows you the skill back then that was still there, so it's a pretty neat looking paint scheme, as we see a shell car in the wall at Skyline but keeps running. So lucky that wasn't a little bit more nasty than what it could have been.
Yeah, I don't think we need much more any issues as it is. Hopefully we'll get a wave around come the next safety car, whenever that may be. Basically now we just got to keep lapping, and hopefully carts play our way and we can just get back on the lead lap and hopefully get back up into the top 10.
Yeah, it's pretty tough when you have those sort of things happen a couple in a row, isn't it? To get a lap down is tough at the best of times, but when you get two in a row where it puts you right back there, it seems to hurt a lot more, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does tend to hurt, especially when you're not breathing for like 20 laps. You're just concentrating so hard because you're right up the rear end of another car. So not much you can do. That's racing, I guess.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't matter whether you sim race or real world. The same deal happens for everyone, I suppose. But at least you know you don't have to worry about too much of cosmetic damage, because it's going to hurt the aero on the car.
Yeah, I don't have to pay for it. The amount of cars I've bent around this track.
Yeah, definitely an unforgiving track for sure. But Ben, I don't know if Bernie's back, but I'll quickly hand you over to him because he can have a quick couple of more questions. But look, I'd like to thank you for the information that you've been giving us throughout the year, and it's always a good heads up for us, and try and relay to the viewers whenever we can to get to your car and we can show it. And we've got a little bit more information to give them, because obviously not everyone understands what goes on with the team, and if you can pass that on to us, it's always helpful. And obviously, yeah, for a team, it sounds a lot better for you guys. So thanks for that, and all the best for the new year, mate.
Yeah, same to you guys. Keep posted. You never know, we might have something else in the books.
Yeah, fantastic, Ben, for dropping in. Just to update the viewers there, folks, Adrian said a car had hit the wall at the top of the mountain. That was Mark Samuel in the 032. He managed to keep it going. He's brought it into the pits, but Benjamin, that happened just ahead of your car. So it's good that he kept it running, because it could have been disastrous for you guys.
Yeah, it's good we avoided one, so that's all right.
Yes, we just saw him go sideways out of Forest Elbow. We don't want to stay on this car too long. But one thing I will do is congratulate you blokes on running an iRacing retro livery. I think it's fantastic, and it's, you know, as I said on Facebook, well played, mate.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, good to thank Costa back at raceonoz.com on the forums there. He got us all the old TGA files of the standard Commodore, the old Falcon, and yeah, all the old logos, because the logo changed about 2-3 years ago.
Oh, okay. And, we should let you go in a moment anyway, but before we do, give a shout out to all your sponsors. The reason why I'm going to let you go now is it looks like Steve's struggling a bit with the setup of that car, and you might need to go down and have a chat with him.
Yeah, I got him in the other years telling me to hurry up. I need to get back in the car, apparently.
Yeah, so do you want to give a shout out to your sponsors, then we'll let you go?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank all the boys back at Race on Oz, and Turtle Beach, Gamesman, High Tech Oils, think that to Shelby as well, and thanks to Stephen for putting in the time and effort to get these liveries done for me that I keep asking him.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, best of luck with the rest of the night, Ben. We'll see you out there running soon, and we'll let you go because we just heard that the 26 has had a fairly bad spin, Adrian.
Yeah, Bernie out the cutting, so not looking good for that car, and such a shame. It's actually quite a nice little livery. I don't know how we're going to go tonight with picking the best retro livery out here, I tell you.
Just go to race on Osman, she'll be right.
Ben's still here.
That's alright, he's allowed to have his 5 cents worth. He got it in there, well done.
Alright, thanks guys, see you later.
Yeah, see you, mate. Buddy. So was it definitely the 26 you said had a bad spin, the ERA entry with Tom Jones driving?
Oh yeah, Bernie, and when you find that one, you've got to go to 674 because it had a spin at the cutting as well. So it's all going off you. If it's not one, it's another one. So yeah, definitely the car 26 ERA, better electrical one. So yeah, no, it wasn't pretty for sure.
Alright, we'll try and find that for you viewers here. Yeah, the reason I asked is because this car's still running in 3rd position.
Are you up to date?
Oh yeah, we saw the spin. It wasn't too bad. He didn't hit anything. He just did a donut.
It was bad enough. It's lost him a lot of time.
Fair enough. Yeah, so at the moment, folks, SSR1 is still leading here. 31 out of the 45 laps we've run, this car's been leading. They've got a 10-second lead over the 094 ABR Team 4, Jaden Borg driving that second, and then the 26, 20 seconds down, as Adrian said, lost a bit of time with that spin and sitting in 3rd. As far as the number 1, that's down there in 10th position. Ian Ford's back in that car. They're circulating consistently. They're just, I guess the luck hasn't gone their way. You know, those pit stops tonight have cost them a fair bit. And that damage they had earlier from the 048 incident has also cost them.
Yeah, it's a tough old race at the moment, isn't it? And we've still got 2 hours remaining, folks. I mean, it's a long way to go. So you imagine how much time we've got. So it's going to be a long one. So they're just got to hang in there and put the lap times down. Hopefully no more problems happen for that team, and we'll see if they can race their way back towards the front.
Yeah, well, that's what they'll need to do. They've still got a fair ways to go. And as you said, it's a heck of a long way to go on a Friday night. But tell you what, Brian Borg, he's put the heat on now. The blowtorch is up on the back of David Baxter's 031 here. And Brian's hungry to try to get that car back up the front. He's running in 13th at the moment. And this car, the 25's definitely got the pace.
Yeah, he had a spin down at Murray's, which I just remembered because yeah, there was so much going on at the time. But yeah, definitely quick. And as he was having a look there at the chase, what a place to have a look. But then he's gone up on the inside. Can he get it done? Yes, well done. What a great move, and a lot of work went into that one for sure.
Oh, it certainly did, but it was a clean move, wasn't it? And he could see the way he set that up. It was a perfect pass there. So that brings Brian up into 12th. The next person that he's going to tackle is Mr. Brenton O'Brien, but he's got 50 seconds. He needs to... 50 seconds? Yeah, 50 seconds he needs to make up before he catches Brenton. But at the moment, David's not going to let him go either.
Yeah, I think you might need to check because Brenton's just coming out of the pit lane, Bernie.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking at my telemetry, so I'll blame that as we go up the mountain once more. David just getting the car a bit sideways. I tell you what, that Redback car's had better days, but he's still got the pace going on it.
Yeah, it's missing a few bits and pieces, but what does that matter? As long as it's going in the straight line, we're all good.
Yeah, that's right. So looking at our retirements at the moment, folks, it looks like we might have lost the 085. That Sean Thompson was driving that car at the time. He was up here earlier having an interview with us, and it looks like that car may have retired. We haven't got confirmation. I'm just having a look here. Tyson Williams, of course, did retire in the 048. That was our pole sitter. Richard Hampstead put it on pole, but unfortunately Richard didn't get a drive as that car retired very early. And the 49, Richard Alwood was driving that car, and that's also retired. So looking at the cars that are on the lead lap, we had 31 starters here tonight, folks, and 19 cars are still on the lead lap. The last car on the lead lap is the Redback Racing 350. Scott Clark's out there driving that Nissan Retro livery, and they're 139 seconds down from the lead.
Oh, it's still on the lead lap. It's something.
Yeah, so while we were talking there, it looks like the SSR1 car's come in. Michael Schreier's jumped into that car. They've come out in third position at the moment. Ian Ford is still in the car. They're up to fifth. Our race leader at the moment is Peter Sattler in the ABR Team Simulated 1, followed by Dave Oliver in the 040. Now they're off sequence, of course, so they'll have to stop at some point. And then Michael Schreier's third, followed by David Miller. The 149, this car we've seen, it's been in two really big accidents. They've used two fast repairs. They must have only one left, but to their credit, they're still running and they're still on the lead lap.
Yeah, lucky they're running the Ford Falcon. If it was the Ford Sierra, it would have blown the turbo by now, so they're just lucky they're running the V8 at the moment.
Yeah, they're actually running a Holden, so...
Okay. Someone make me a coffee, please.
Yeah, it's going to be a long one, isn't it? We're not even halfway yet. 10:30 p.m. here, Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. It's a 4-hour race limited, and I suspect we are going to hit that 4 hours tonight.
Yeah, I think so. It's a tough race. I think we're going to be time certain for sure. So yeah, it's a big one. I mean, you try and get the laps in. Obviously, the boys there definitely work out how close it's going to be. They generally make it as tight as they can, which is fair enough. So it can play with strategy wise, so you can do the best you can with strategy, but at the end of the day it can be time certain as well. So I think it's a cool way, because your strategy either will work or it won't, depending on the night and how well the race is going.
Yeah, that's right, and it's pretty good time to look at it. We've been racing coming up to the 2-hour mark now, folks. We by the time we get to the 2-hour mark, we should have covered probably around about 50 laps here at Bathurst, which means we'll go time certain at around about the 100 lap mark, so they'll be 10 laps short of going the full distance here tonight.
Yeah, and that's and we've already had 2 safety cars, so imagine if we have the third one. So definitely always the time certain race, looking at those sort of numbers.
Yeah, exactly right. I was just having a look at why the 49 retired, and we've got a bit of news on that. It looks like they were involved in an incident with the 226 earlier on tonight, which that car then, of course, the 49 retired. So the news is slowly trickling through. We're getting some information for the viewers, but at the moment Synergy Sim Racing 2 is leading, and Dave Oliver's driving that car, so it's good to see that car back up the pointy end. And then we've got Michael Schreier, the sister car, SSR1, not too far behind him, sitting in second.
Yeah, and that's they're in a handy position, aren't they? They're 2 spots in front of the car they're fighting at the moment, so they're sitting there. They don't need to be exactly, super miles in front, but obviously as long as they're a car in front, or at least the car in front of the other opposition there at the moment, that's where they need to be. So just pacing themselves at the moment with still 2 hours to go, so they're just sitting there waiting to pounce and see if they can go for it, or what they need to do. But basically you don't want to overdrive the car tonight. You just want to keep it on the black stuff and not in the walls.
Oh, exactly right, and they're in the box seat at the moment. ERA1, that's the car that has to be putting the pressure on them, but to do that they've got to catch them. So at the moment all the pressure's on Ian Ford and ERA1 to get that car up to challenge the number 27. And for the viewers just joining us, the number 1 and the 27, they're battling it out tonight to see who takes out the championship. Pretty much the first one across the line tonight will win the championship. So as far as I know, it's a dead heat. I might be wrong, someone can correct me, but that's what I understand.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain you're right there, Bernie. I did see that somewhere in my feeds earlier this week. So good little battle here, and isn't it great? Last race of the series, and we've got a championship on the line, and same for this weekend. If everyone's willing to watch the V8 Supercars, as I see a car off there, not sure who that is, I'll quickly go to it.
No worries, and while Adrian's finding that information out, Adrian and I will be backing this broadcast up tomorrow night. We'll be bringing you the Australian split of round 3 of the Blancpain Endurance Series, and we're pretty excited about that. We're going to try and do the top split, but if we cannot get into the room because it does fill up very quickly, we'll definitely be bringing you the second split. And the car you're talking about was the 111. Is that right, Adrian?
Yeah, mate, I did see it go into the wall there near the grate, so I didn't catch a whole lot of it, so I just thought I'd pass you off the number there so you could catch that on replay.
Yeah, we just pulled it up there, then we might go back a bit, but he's put it hard into the wall there, and we'll see if we can go back a bit. That's Way South Racing. Damien Charleston is driving that car. So he did the old ricochet up the across the top of the mountain trick. And he just lost it. Yeah, he lost it just a bit under acceleration. The back end broke, and he basically ended up on the outside, pretty much where I think Brocky went in there years ago.
Oh, you tell me who hasn't been in there before, and where he hit there, I believe, it might be a little bit further on. Just about there, I think that's where Scotty Pye hit the year before, and cracked a couple of ribs. So yeah, it's a known place to claim a few scalps for sure.
Yeah, I reckon if you looked at the years of statistics, just about every single wall on this track must have been hit at some point. But at the moment, the gap between the 27 and the 1 is down to 5.3 seconds. They're running second and third, respectively, on the track at the moment, as we saw one of the ABR cars go off at the chase. So see Dave Oliver's now in, so the 040 is taking service. That'll bring the number 1 up into second, and the Synergy Sim Racing 1 car takes the lead again.
And the ERA car is in second, so yeah, it's exciting, isn't it? These boys are still battling out 1-2 at the moment. So, look, let's hope that nothing happens and these two cars are battling for first and second right for the last lap, Bernie.
Yeah, exactly right. And a few of the viewers out there want us to have some Scafey quotes. So if you got any out there, folks, let us know. The only thing I can think of is it's getting absolutely wild out there tonight.
I know there have been a few guys right outside ways there, Bernie, and nearly hit the fence.
You sound like bloody... What's that guy, Crocodile Hunter or whatever his name was?
Oh, Mr. Steve Irwin.
Yeah, look at that flipping car going across the top of the mountain. What a beauty.
Oh, that was a bonsai effort there by that driver there, Mr. Brendan O'Brien. That was a fantastic effort.
Now you're sounding like a New Zealander. You sound like Tony Gregg from cricket. South African.
Oh, Mr. Bernie, grudge is somewhere where I think you park your car, and yeah.
Now look what you've done, folks. We've got him speaking like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh my golly gosh.
Okay, so the gap, the live gap at the moment, 5.7 seconds from first to second, and then 5.8 seconds back to the 149. David Miller there. We saw the ERA car pass that earlier and put a big gap on that car pretty quickly.
It's a heat, Bernie. I tell you, it's a heat up here at the moment, mate.
Yeah, it's hot all over Australia at the moment, isn't it? And I saw Victoria bracing themselves for more storms later on in the weekend.
Yeah, they don't need any hot weather down there. They'll melt. They'll be like the wicked witch from the west. They'll just melt into the pavement.
Yeah, just having a look back to see what the viewers... I can't really see many many votes on which cars are the best painted out there at the moment.
Car 25.
Car 25. Oh yeah, that's the Longhurst entry. Yeah, not bad. We'll pencil that one in as one of the contenders.
I do actually like Brenton's car as well, Bernie. Car 226. It's retro, but still up to date with their current sponsors as well, which is pretty cool. And I believe it's a old Mobil livery on that one, I think.
Yeah, that one does look pretty sweet, doesn't it? The 26 also. Is it the 26? Yeah, the 26. I like that, the way they've presented that car as well.
Yeah, for sure. That one's definitely a fan favourite, I reckon. The old 888 Racing, better electrical one. Oh, well, commentators vote for that one. Notice I did actually put a Holden in there, and obviously the old Marlboro one as well. That's looking pretty sweet as well. So there's some definitely good liveries out there. Come on, viewers, have your vote. Don't care if you're biased, just put a vote up there, seeing which ones you like. But yeah, no, there's a couple up there. They're definitely looking pretty gnarly out there at the moment.
They certainly are, and if you slip us, $5 each, we'll back your decision and pass votes on that one. Not that we're biased in any way, and not that we can't be bought. Well, yeah, we can for $5, I guess.
I'll tell you what. I think if they donate the $5, I think that would be a better bribe for me. Yeah,
they could donate to my beer fund as we see a car off just after the chase. I think it might have been Jason... No, it's not Jason Bentz. It was a yellow car.
Wouldn't be the Monaro.
No, the Monaro's coming up the mountain. there was another car further down. It was yellow. I just saw it went in where Sean Thompson put his car earlier tonight.
I know a really good charity that the guys can donate to, and that'd be the Luke Spalding charity, Bernie. I think if they throw about $15 into that, that might cover my swear jar fees for that night.
Did you actually ever settle your swear jar fees? Because if I recall, it was pretty high on the list there.
I'm pretty certain someone chipped in for me, so I reckon they need a good shout out there. But I reckon another few dollars to go into there. I reckon that'd be pretty sweet.
Yeah, I'll back that. I'm just about asleep here, so I'll say anything to make it sound like I'm saying something, but at the moment Michael Tallenjack's coming down on Daryl Carter, side by side through the chase. This is for position 4th and 5th. Daryl on the inside, Michael on the outside. They're bumping, and looks like Michael's going to make that move. Fantastic driving there. Absolutely wild.
Oh, they're awesome, and there's that car 25 lurking in the background, and is that the Monaro behind him? Yes, it is that Monaro sitting back there ready to pounce.
Yeah, so that's 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th here in this battle pack, all for position, and then further down the track is David Baxter, but he's lost contact with them. At the moment, the 25, Brian Borg driving that. He's done a lot of laps here tonight. Having a look on the inside. We know too wide doesn't work, and Brian Borg into the fence, and so is Jason Bentz.
Oh man, that's just just a difficult corner. We've seen a few accidents there before, and oh, look at those two cars. Yeah, I don't think they get any votes because they're not looking pretty anymore.
Yeah, let's have a look at that and how that all unfolded. Basically, the 94 got a bit too wide out there, and we know there's no coming back from that. You can see there he's trying to turn it in. He's on the dirty side of the track, and poor Jason there, he's not being able to pull the car up. They've collected and spun both of them.
Yeah, it's a bit tough. I mean, you got to get that. It's a tricky corner, isn't it? Through there, you're a little bit wide there, and the car really can get loose on you, or it'll just push through that corner, and you end up near the wall. As Brian Borg here is going for a move at the moment, and through the chase. Got it done too. Well done.
Yeah, it was a good move, wasn't it? And that move earlier by Michael Tallenjack was also a fantastic move. But all of a sudden, that battle pack of 4 or 5 is reduced to 2, and these guys will probably breathe a bit easier now. They're still battling, but of course they're not in peak hour traffic at the moment.
Yeah, it's It gets pretty hectic around here, doesn't it? I mean, the guys do a fantastic job, but everyone's on their own pace, so it can get difficult, especially across the top of the mountain. If you're not patient, you definitely can come unstuck across there.
You certainly can, and a few of the viewers were talking about lap times. At the moment, Michael Schreier has the fastest lap. A 2:05.583 was the fastest race lap for the number 27, and they're leading again with the number 1 car now 5.6 seconds down. So ERA have definitely got this car back up. They were running down in 11th, and I have a feeling they're in second because of they may be off on their sequence with their pit lane, possibly. Someone might be able to tell us.
Yeah, certainly will. We've got over 50 people watching us tonight, so thanks guys for hanging in there and putting up with myself and the big man up there as well. It's awesome to have you along, and and tuning in, and hope you're enjoying the race as much as we are, because the boys out here are definitely turning on, and it is a championship race, this one. We've got car 1, and I can tell you it's car number 27. Had to flick over and look at my telemetry there, Bernie. But yeah, these boys are 1 and 2 on the track, so this race isn't finished yet until the last lap. So hang in there, folks. Hope you hang around there, and don't forget to put a thumbs up. That's a big key here. Bernie needs all the support he can, and without that support that you guys give him, you won't be able to see this exciting race and see how well these boys are turning on for you.
Yeah, I'd also like to give a shout out to all the viewers that are coming to us tonight through iRacing Live. This broadcast is being broadcast through there. So if you have joined us from overseas, welcome. I hope you're enjoying our coverage here of the V8 Supercars at Mount Panorama. And if there's anything you'd like us to improve, by all means, send me a PM on iRacing, and I'm always open for any constructive criticism on how we can improve these broadcasts.
Yeah, some of the wishes of the viewers will come true at the end of the year. I will be disappearing for a few months, so they'll please some viewers, but I'm going to disappoint them. I will be back, so worse than ever.
Yeah, that's right, folks. Adrian's having a bit of a sabbatical for a bit, but he will be back, which means instead of having the left hand and the right hand, they're only going to get the left hand, so I don't know how that's going to work. It's a bit like Roy and HG without Roy or HG.
Well, I don't know. It could work. I mean, they had to put up with you for the Monday lights for a while, but look, we won't go into that too far. We've actually got Brenton Hobson there, Bernie, down in the green room for the car 27. So one of the lead car and one of the guys that are racing for the championship. I reckon you should bring him up and have a chat to him.
Yeah, no worries. Let's bring him up. Hi Brenton, welcome to RRTV's Combox. At the moment, the 27 has been putting on quite a dominant performance out there. 57 laps down, you guys have led 38, but looks like the number 1 starting to close in on you guys a bit.
Yeah, well, we were cruising along, and I think we lost about 10 seconds in our pit stop. The car just wouldn't drive out of the pits, so I'm not quite sure what that was about. So we lost a bit of a chunk of the lead that we'd gained on those guys in the stint before, but that's all good. We're still in front. To Ian and Michael are both pretty evenly matched at the minute.
Yeah, and you've got the Synergy Sim Stig out there in the car at the moment. We know he likes to put in long stints. And how's his performance going tonight? You happy with it?
Oh, I'm always happy with it, mate. There's never any doubt when Michael's in the car. He's doing a good job, so he'll keep it clean and run nice, consistent laps, and that's all that we can ask of anyone driving our cars, and he always does it as well as anyone out there.
He certainly does, and I noticed when you were in the car earlier, you guys, you went pretty hard earlier in the race, didn't you? You were pretty keen to throw the first punch, so to speak, and you definitely did that.
Yeah, well, in qualifying, we just never did the lap that we knew that we could do, so we ended up back in, I think, 5th place. So I got in the car to start, and I was planning to just take it easy, but the opportunity opened up to have a bit of a crack, and we worked our way up to the lead there within a few laps. So, you know, we figure at a track like this, you don't want to be in the mix with all the other cars, because, you know, someone else can make a mistake and that can end your race. So try and take it easy, and yeah, we decided to get out in front and stay out of trouble if we could.
Yeah, I'll just jump in here for a minute. We've had ERA 1 come unstuck here, folks, coming into the chase, and we'll have a look at this, because this could be pretty big for this team. Yeah, he's lost it just exiting the chase there. I'll just, on a super slow-mo, see if he keeps it off the wall. I think he will. So they live for another day. But of course, that's going to increase the gap between your car there, Brenton.
Yeah, well, it kind of just nullifies the loss that we had in the pits, I guess. So all is fair at the end of the day. You don't see Ian make mistakes very often, so that was a bit of a surprise. I'm wondering if whether or not they might have accidentally joined in the Falcon instead of the Holden. So maybe that's causing some troubles for them to adjust or something.
Yeah, they're definitely running a Falcon out there, and yeah, possibly if they're in the wrong car, that would probably account for a lot. But yeah, they're 18.4 seconds down after that spin, so they dropped about 10 seconds on you blokes.
Yeah, it always helps, but it's a long race, and saw Ian punch out some mega laps in qualifying, so yeah, you never count those guys out. We'll just do our thing and hope that at the end that we can get to the line first.
Yeah, because from what we understand, the 27 and the 1 are pretty much tied on points, so it's pretty much the first car across the line is going to take out the championship. Is that are we right on that assumption?
Yeah, I don't think that there's any real challenge from third place, so it's just us and the 1 car, so it doesn't really matter if we win or not, but whoever comes to the line first, I think, will be the winner of the Enduro Cup.
Yeah, fantastic. And how's the track shaping up? We noticed down through the chase there's a lot of dirt building up there. Have you guys noticed the track conditions changing a lot to the way the cars are set up?
I was a little bit surprised in my first stint that the car was a little bit quicker than it was. I thought that I might have been a bit off the pace to the fast guys when they got in, but having a look at the minute, we're sort of seeing Michael and Ian run similar lap times to what I was doing. I thought that they might have gone and jumped in and gone a little bit quicker, so I think that the track is just a little bit slower than we're expecting. We saw a 4 flat for qualifying, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a high 4 in it in race trim, but at the minute it's sort of looking like high 5s of the race pace. If you can do them consistent, you'll be doing very well.
Yeah, well, your car's actually got the fastest lap at the moment, and it's a 2:05.583, which Mr. Schreier had set. So yeah, the pace is a bit off compared to quali, but and it looks like we're not going to run the full distance as well. I'm predicting we'll probably get to around about lap 100 by the time the 4 hours is up here.
Oh, what's the over-under on that one, Bernie? I reckon that we'll go close to nearly getting the full laps in, because we had some safety cars in the first half of the race, which I don't think we'll see anymore, so I think we'll go close to 110. We might be a couple laps short, but if we don't have any more safety cars, I think that we'll probably go pretty close.
Yeah, well, what I'm going to do is when you get to 100, I'm just going to say time's up, because I'm going to bed, and I'm going to call it.
Oh, that sounds pretty good to me as well. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm not feeling 100%, so an early night would be good.
Yeah. I'm going to hand you over to Mr. Jarvis here, because I've run out of questions for you, and he might have some more that he wants to ask you.
Yeah, sure.
Gee, thanks, Bernie. Brenton, welcome up to the booth once again. And look, the car's running pretty good at the moment, but obviously still got a long way to go with this race. I mean, we've finally gone underneath that 2 hour mark. I think that's taken like 3 hours to get under 2 hours, but look, things are going well. I suppose the idea for you guys is just keep putting the lap times in and just hanging on there until the last 30 minutes to go.
And
yeah, there's a couple of key factors when you're racing at Bathurst. One is you got to be quick, two, you got to be not on the wall, so it's a fine balance to get it right, because you don't want to push too hard. Even pushing 100% will put you in the fence sometimes, so you kind of really got to hold back a little bit. But at the same time, you look at the guys that we're racing, like those RA cars are fast, so you have to put in the good laps every time, or else you're not going to win. So I think that the only other factor to come into it at Bathurst is luck. You can be the best car and best driver, but if you don't have luck on your side, you're not going to have a good result.
Yeah, you're right, and it's got to be good luck, because obviously bad luck will mean you won't have a good result. I tend to seem to find that.
True. That's a good observation there.
Yeah, so luck is a two-way street. It's either good luck or bad luck. You've got to have a bit of good luck.
Well, that's exactly right. Yeah, and that's the other thing is bad luck. You see as much of that as anything at Bathurst. Most people have bad luck. Not too many have good luck.
Yeah, and I suppose at the end of the day, you could have bad luck that turns into good luck. So if you have a little bit of bad luck at the beginning, and it could actually be a blessing in disguise and end up being a little bit of good luck because you might get a bit out of sequence, which works for you.
Yeah, that's also true because in these enduros, we've been learning this while we've been doing them this year. That it's sometimes you might think that you've put yourself out of position, but at the same time, if things go your way, it can actually be an advantage. So you never write someone off just because someone has something happen or whatever. You never write that person off because you just never know how things will pan out.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, these enduros is the whole point with an endurance race. You look after your equipment at the start and you hang on there. And look, if you have a little bit of issues at the beginning, you're not totally out of the race. I mean, depending on the way the series is set up and the way it works, you could manage to claw your way back up to the pointy end of the field by the end of the race. And that's basically what you need to do, is make sure you're at the pointy end of at the end of the race and have got that shot to either win the race or capitalise on points that you probably could have missed out on if it didn't work out that way.
Yeah, that's right. Like, I think to Donington, we sort of struggled at Donington. We didn't have much speed, but we battled away all day, and you get the right strategy call and the right thing happened at the right time. I think we ended up 4th there, which didn't seem like a good result at the time, but here we are at the last race. We're tied on points for the RA. Like, if we had packed in the towel at that race, then we wouldn't be in the position we are now.
No, exactly right, and you probably would have needed more than one car to separate you two for the championship, which is never a good outcome. So just sticking in there, keep getting those points up, which I think in enduro is key. You've got to keep pushing away and get those points, because I think it doesn't matter whether you see it in sim racing or real world. It's about consistency and trying to get those points and finishing in the top 5 every time you go out there racing, and they'll just accumulate throughout the series.
Yeah, that's exactly right. When you're racing a championship, half the time consistency is more important than outright speed. You look at Brad Scops this year, Madison down 1, and I think he only won 1 race. So you don't have to be the fastest guy every time, but if you can finish near the front every time, that sometimes makes all the difference.
Yeah, exactly right. I think AEC was a good one, especially in the top class. I believe the team ran the whole series without winning a race at all, and they end up winning the championship. So that's the way it can work. If you can run up near the front, stay consistent, and stay out of trouble, you can actually win a championship without even winning a race. So it's rare, but it's one of those things. As long as you're doing the right thing, it could always fall your way.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You've just got to approach every race and maximise points every time you hit the track.
Certainly, and I believe a yellow is out, mate. So
yeah,
what we might do is let you go, get down to your teammate, get some strategy working, because obviously with the yellow, things have got to be number crunched. And look, before we let you go, put a shout out, and obviously it's awesome to have you up here, but put a shout out there and we'll let you go, mate.
Yeah, no worries. Shout out obviously Michael for coming and having a run again tonight, and to Dave, who's running in our other car in a minute, and a shout out to, I think that you guys have got Boost Juice as a livery on your car, but on the broadcast, but we do have a retro Newlon livery on the car, the Old Morris one that you might remember from Phillip Island. So shout out to Newlon and to Boost Juice, sponsors that have been on board with us for 2016, and really appreciate their support.
Yeah, no worries, Brenton. I did update the trading paints, but for some reason it just gave us this one all the time.
Nah, it's all good. Never mind.
No worries. Well, we'd better let you get down there to crunch some numbers and see where things are panning out for you guys.
Yeah, we'll do. We'll go do some maths.
And while you're talking to Brenton there, Adrian, Ian Ford, the number 1, has been passed by their sister car, the 26, with Tom Jones driving it. So I have a feeling the number 1's struggling a bit out there tonight with setup, and it's not looking good for this team at the moment as far as the championship goes.
Yeah, it looks like they're struggling at the moment, but Look, I think at the end of the day, mate, it's going to come down to where they are the last half an hour. I mean, this race isn't finished yet. We've got, what, an hour and a half to go, roughly. A little bit more than that, which, man, it seems like it's taking forever to get through. Seems like a really long race tonight for some reason. But, yeah, no, they've got a bit of time to go, so we don't know how it's going to pan out. You never know. The leader could come up to a lapped car or a couple of lap cars and can be taken out, which is something that can be happen. But we might actually release 2 cars, so you know it could come down just like at Sydney a few years ago in 2010. We see all those guys get crashed into the wall. So yeah, it's just going to come down to whatever happens in the next hour and a half.
Yeah, well, things could change pretty drastically, but let's hope things don't go too pear-shaped. Then again, if they do, it makes for an exciting broadcast, doesn't it? As far as cars on the lead lap, folks, we have 16 on the lead lap out of 31 starters. 15. The last car on the lead lap is actually Nick Hausler in the ABR Team 3 Shell entry, and they're 120 seconds down, but that'll close up under safety car. As far as retirements go, we still only had the 3 retirements, the 085, the 048, which was our pole sitter, and the 49 have retired from tonight's race. Awesome, and I'd like to welcome any of the UK viewers out there, Benny. I believe Jonathan is jumped in from the UK, so welcome aboard to the broadcast. Hope you're enjoying it. A bit of Aussie humour, which you may collect onto if you've been watching a bit of commentary, or if not, hopefully you'll figure out. But look, you're in for an exciting race if you hang on here. We've got a couple of teams here fighting out for the championship, and this is the last race tonight. So hang on to your britches, and hope you enjoy the ride. You and your britches, what is this? You've said that, what, 3 times tonight? Oh, I'm trying to be different, I suppose. You don't have to try to be different. You've been different for as long as I've known you, mate. Oh, okay then. Well, you know, swapping it up for a change, I suppose. Alright, no worries. Yeah, I'd actually comment on the on our chat channel, folks, but every time I try, YouTube crashes, so I won't try to back answer any of you guys there. Awesome, guys. If you put anything up there bad about Bernie, I won't let him know. Oh, he will see it, but he won't be able to comment. So, but don't do it too much. He will block you. He's pretty mean like that. Yeah, I'm mean, all right. I might also shame you on air, because I can do that, because no one's ripped the microphone away from me yet. Speaking of ripping microphones away, I wonder where Mr. Stevens is. We haven't seen much of him in the com box since he went and took the blimp and stole all the pit girls. Yeah, I know. Maybe my fees for the chat show might have stung that one, so you can blame me for that one if you like, Bernie. You hit him up for fees, did you, on the chat show? Yeah, you got to look when you got celebrities joining your chat show. You've got to hit up fees, mate. You're never one for missing an opportunity, are you? Nah, why not? As the boys are running in here, getting service, then why not? I think they've been running for a bit, so we're going to get to see a full tank of juice here, guys, and some tyres thrown at. I do see a car there, but he's probably a few laps down, so boys are topping up, and look, this is not the end of this. They're still going to have to pit again, and that car number 1 looks like it needs a bit of a repair there, so hopefully they get that fixed and be running away. And Brenton's still in the car. We haven't seen much of him lately either in the comms box for a while, mate. No, he's been focusing more on his racing and managing that team, but you're right, the number one's used a fast repair, so we've got pretty much the whole field is in the pits at the moment, folks, and it's going to get mighty busy as we see them now starting to come out. Revs are rising. It's now the matter of being released safely. 27, they jumped the one's having a very long pit stop down there.
Yeah, we'll see how they go, but it's interesting. I mean, the guys are out there, they've done their service, they're getting going again, which is good to see, but must have been really tight on their pit lane all the time that they ran out of fuel.
Yeah, well, looking at the pit times out there, the number one did a 43.3 second stop, and fast repair Ian Ford stayed in that car, and in fact Ian's been doing a lot of the driving tonight, hasn't he?
Yeah, he certainly has, and why not? He's probably one of the number one drivers in the V8 series, isn't he? There's a few up there, but he's one of the better drivers in the V8. So you want your best driver in the car as long as you can, because best opportunity to win a race. Yeah,
exactly right. And Michael Schreier is still in the Synergy Sim Racing 1 car. His stop was a 35.4 seconds, so he made 8 seconds up over the number one. He's placed on the track in 4th, where the number one is sitting in 9th at the moment on this restart. But they do have a fresh car. They've used a fast repair to clean it up, which will hopefully help it handle a lot better than we've seen it previously. The other thing with Ian is I noticed in the first round of the Blancpain Endurance Series, a qualifier which we'll be covering tomorrow night, Ian was in that top split for ERA, so hopefully we can get in the top split and broadcast it so you can see how the Aussie teams are faring on their the road to pro, I guess you could say.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting if we can get into that top split, and look, it's going to be funny if you get in the top split and I'm stuck in the second split, or vice versa, because that won't make for good broadcasting.
No, well, what'll happen is if we both can't get in the top split, we'll both go to the second split and we'll cover that. But we will cover one of them, folks. The reason why I'm putting a doubt on whether the top split will be covered is they open up 50 seats for spectators. They normally have 50 teams, and I think a lot of the teams are jumping into the spectator channel for their spotting and managing and all that sort of thing. That's what I'm suspecting is happening. And the room pretty much fills up within a minute of it opening, so we've got to be quick.
Yeah, and with me and my computer not working so fantastic, that's going to make it a little bit more difficult at the moment.
Yes, it certainly will, but safety car lights are out. Nick Hausler will be taking the field across under starters orders now. Well, actually, no, Nick's decided he's going to bring the car in and go through the safety car and pit. So I wonder if he'll penalise himself. But we're under racing here once again, folks, and the cars go 3 wide down the straight. Dave Oliver, he's pouncing on the 031. He is the race leader, according to my telemetry, but he does have a couple of cars that are a lap down just ahead of him, and Michael Schreier's in 3rd position, and then looking further down, Ian Ford is sitting in 7th.
Yeah, Ian was aware of what was going on there, and he got his first position quite quickly, so he shoved the nose of that car down into Murray's corner there, and because he was on the inside, he actually got into Hell Corner and drove away. But it looks like the boys are struggling up here in front of him, trying to get through. There's contact. Yes, there's car 26. Did they get turned around? Because there was a lot of shenanigans going on there.
Yeah, he held on to it, but I tell you what, the one nearly got rear-ended. There's nearly concertina there. I tell you what, the one, they're in a very perilous position here. There's a lot of traffic around them, 2 wide across the top of the mountain with the 94, and yeah, it's getting a bit wild out there at the moment. Yeah,
they're not playing nice at the moment. They're being a little bit towy, aren't they? They're yeah, not best of friends at the moment, which is surprising. I mean, we've still got a fair way to go at the moment.
Yeah, well, the problem is the field is very much shuffled up from that restart. We've got the Monaro just ahead of the number one, and they're not racing for position. The next one for position is the no, they are racing for position. I'll take that back. But if we look at Michael Schreier up further, they've actually got cars. It's not too bad. I'll take it all back. They do have the 350 between them, and that car is a lap down. Okay, I'll stop being excited.
Got a big spin. Car 674 is involved in that, so they've definitely got a lot of shenanigans going on, and obviously that must have been because of the last yellow safety flag there, Bernie, and they're all trying to push forward and trying to get their positions.
Yeah, we're just jumping back to the replay here, and he's fighting with the 94, isn't he?
Yeah, not too sure. I just got it at the last moment there, just seeing him spin around. So glad I got hold of it at the last minute there to give you the information there so you can check on it. But yeah, I think the reason why everyone's in a hurry at the moment, because of they think it's the last safety car, they've got to try and get everything they can and try and push forward to get themselves up in the top spot.
Yeah, and I tell you what, the one was lucky. The 674 comes spearing across and cleaned up the car just behind the one, and the one lives for another day. But that was actually caused by a bit of netcode there between the 94 and the 674.
Oh, and the 674 goes around again, Bernie. So they're in a lot of pain at the moment, and yeah, just struggling, I think, at the moment for those guys.
Yeah, it becomes really psychological, doesn't it, when you have a big off like that, and for the driver then to get their concentration going again. Having two in one lap, I don't know what that would do to your psyche, though.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things where you just go, oh, I've got to pull the pin. Oh, another one. Gary Cooper, car 997, out of the forest. Elbow, oh, that thing is not tracking very well at all. So it's really going off here at the moment, folks. It's what do you say, Bernie?
I say, how do I keep up with all these things? So we're just looking at the 674 as it turns itself into a London taxi cab, and that's for our UK viewer. And what was the other one? The 997, did you say?
Yeah, I think so. That's what I said. I'm not 100% sure. I think if the viewers told me if I'm wrong, but yeah, no, that was massive. Those guys were doing really well. The car looked really clean all night long, and I'm not sure if it's right, but I believe it's got iRacing livery on it. It could be wrong, knowing trading paint's working on my computer because it's so bad, but yeah, no, it was looking pretty good all night long until that point.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out where this car... Oh, man, it got served big time by the 226. It nearly flipped. That was the MPMS car that served it up.
I'm glad I got the numbers right. That's a bonus for me. Woohoo! Yeah,
we're going to go back and look at that on super slow-mo because, tell you what, he got nerfed big time, and I'll find out which driver is in that car.
And let's hope they all settle down because we've got a good little battle pack here, I think, brewing. So let me know and I'll up-to-date you on this little battle pack that's going on.
No worries. We're just having a look at this. It was the 226, and he's gone straight into the back of the 997 and put him straight into the wall there. And I tell you what, Gary was lucky he didn't flip that car. So the driver of the 226, I'm just having a look who's piloting that at the moment.
I think tensions are getting really high out there at the moment, Bernie. They're not really playing nice at the moment. They've really turned it on.
Yeah, the temperature's changed, hasn't it, since the restart? The guys have... it's turning into a sprint race now. They know 42 laps to go. They can see the home flag, and sheep stations are coming out. But yeah, that was Ryan O'Sullivan in the 226 that was involved in that incident.
Yeah, so the little battle pack going here at the moment. We've got Michael Hammond in the 012 car, in the Monaro, and the Adam Zeitinger in the car number 26. They're having a little good old ding-dong battle here. Fortunately, we've got Jamie Owen in the middle here in the car 350, but they were fighting with Ian Ford as well with the car number 1, but he managed to get through. So a little issues there at the beginning of that. They had to fight their way through, and it looks like Adams got through the Redback car there. So it's definitely playing on here at the moment, isn't it?
It certainly is, and at the moment Farzan Al Nabi in the 97's leading. Right behind him though is Michael Schreier in the 27. And then they've got the 040, Dave Oliver there sitting as rear gunner, so to speak, because just 4 seconds down the track is the number 1, Ian Ford, and he's on the prowl, and he can see them now. So it's starting to heat up, folks. 42 laps to go. It's 11:15 here, and we go time certain at 12:30 a.m. So another hour and 15 maximum of this race to go, and then we'll be crowning our endurance champion.
Yeah, I'm just trying to check to see what happened, because I know that the lead car, he wasn't happy with someone, but it was a bit hard when there was so much going on, and I thought I'd leave it go. So just to see what was going on back here, but obviously he wasn't happy with someone. But Ian Ford is on the march, Bernie, I can tell you that right now. He's taking no prisoners here. He's just taken Dave Oliver there, just at through the first corner there up the mountain straight. So he's on the move there, and he definitely wants to, as my cameraman moves there, so he's definitely on the move at the moment.
Yeah, and Dave out of the cutting there, almost looped it. It's very easy to do in these cars, isn't it? They've got a lot of horsepower, not a lot of tyre under them, and it doesn't take much to spin up those wheels. But Ian Ford now up into 3rd position. He got past Dave Oliver pretty quick. The next person on his hit list is Michael Schreier, and these guys are battling for this championship. If we have a look at the live split, it's my live split's not going to help me, but he's not that far behind, probably about a second.
Yeah, and the car that Ian's chasing down at the moment he should get a decent slipstream here, which is Aaron actually at the moment in the car 031. So we'll see how he goes, because Aaron's got no boot at the moment, and no spoiler, so he should have been quicker than Ian down there, but Ian gets past him quite easily through the chase.
Yeah, and Aaron's an experienced racer, and you to give Ian a lot of room there, and I'd say that 31's run out of fast repairs, but at the moment Ian Ford 3rd, Michael Schreier 2nd, and Dave Oliver is sitting behind Ian, but Ian's got a car in between him. The reason why I'm focusing on David, well, he's racing with Synergy Sim Racing, and his role is probably to run rear gunner and put the pressure on the 1.
Yeah, it could be, and you know, the leader at the moment is, I thought they were teammates just because of the paint scheme, but I think I've got the iRacing paint schemes on there, so just fortunate that they're pretty well much running the same colours. But different teams. And look, Farnsman is not that slow, is he, Bernie? He's been pretty quick all night long, so just been unfortunate with stuff that's going on. So to be leading the race at the moment, doing a great job. And Michael doesn't have to do much. He's just got to sit there and run with him. He's just got to keep an eye on Ian behind him. And obviously, you know, if Ian starts closing the gap, he's going to have to do something and try and take the lead away from Farnsey there tonight.
Yeah, but at the moment, Michael's lapping. His last lap was a 2:05.887, and Ian's was a 2:06. But I'm noticing now the 26 Adam Zeidinger is starting to put the pressure on Dave Oliver. Adam's a second ERA car, and he's making a move now. So if he can get through here, he will be able to, you know, back up his other teammate, the number one. So the two teams, Synergy Sim Racing, ERA, definitely battling it out between the two cars here at the moment.
Yeah, certainly is, and it's great to see. And thanks, viewers, to join us. I hope you hang in there. We've got an hour and 15 minutes to go, and this is a championship race, so hang in there, stay with us, and we'll bring you the action when we can. And look, you won't forget this race, I'm sure. It's exciting for us up here, and we'll keep abreast of what's going on, because there's plenty of action going on.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we can see now Dave Oliver getting the slipstream on Adam Zeidinger, and these guys aren't racing for the championship, but this is the closest action at the moment that we've got on track. That's why we're bringing it to you. The gap between Ian Ford and Michael Schreier is about 4 seconds last time through the start-finish line. It's interesting, Adrian. Michael Hammond's joining this battle pack of 3. Michael's starting to close up on the back of Dave Oliver as Dave's into the wall. Big time into the wall.
Yeah, that car's not good, is it? He's been running well and putting pressure on, and I was going to say he wouldn't have to worry about running hot temperatures, but now he's damaged the car.
Yeah, I reckon there'd be a bit of a hot temperature under that helmet as well as we look at the replay. And as he comes in, he's just got on the dirty side, and the car just has not turned in, and straight into the wall.
Yeah, it's tricky when you're behind another car. You do get a little bit of aero wash, so you've got to be careful as well. And when you turn in, if you turn in a little bit late, you can lose the front of the car. So the guys have got to be careful on that. Doesn't matter how many times you do it. If that little bit off, and you can see he's just trying to limp that car home, but man, it's pretty badly damaged, isn't it?
Oh yeah, he hit really hard, and it just looked like when he tried to turn the car, he got it into the dirty part of the circuit, and as we've seen in real life as well as sim racing, basically he was turning but the car wasn't responding, and the next thing you do is you find that wall and it pretty much sucks you in, as we saw, and huge damage to that car.
Well, he's got it back to the pit lane, which is really good. Not sure if they've got a quick repair. Yes, they do. So that thing's fixed. I mean, it must be on its last one. We've had a few problems tonight, this car, but good to see they've got it fixed, and they'll run to the end. These boys will always push. I mean, a lot of guys out here keep going to the end, and obviously some, can't finish the race. But yeah, it's good to see they're pushing forward.
Yeah, we can see the 717 also in the pits. That car looks trashed, and I doubt they've got any quick repairs on that car. The other one is their sister car, the 444, Sean Chappell in that car. Also no more fast repairs, so two of their HTR cars look like their race is done. And we can also now see the 402, and that's D. Poulton for Kiani. bringing that car back in for service as well. But looking back up front, we've got Forzen Al Nabi in the 97 leading this race for Performance Motorsports Blue. Michael Schreier, Synergy Sim Racing in second. Let's get a live gap for you folks. 1.6 seconds. Ian Ford is 3 seconds down from Michael Schreier at the moment. Looking at their lap times, Michael did a 2:06.026 last time through, where Ian did a 2:05.681. So he's definitely on the hunt here at the moment.
Yeah, certainly is, which is fantastic. And at the moment, he's sitting here with Aaron, and he's like he's the meat in the sandwich at the moment. He's in between the car number 26 and the car 021, and losing the rear deck there. It hasn't slowed him down a bit, but a bit of experience for him, Bernie. It's something different, and finding it a little bit tough out there tonight, running in 15th.
Yeah, he is, but as I was saying earlier in the broadcast, Aaron really enjoys his time in the V8s. We normally see him a lot in the HPDs in the AEC, but he's really enjoyed the change of getting into a V8 supercar and the challenges that brings. So yeah, 15th, and I'm sure the more time he gets in that car, the more competitive he will get. That's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the more time you're in these things, the better off you understand how they go. He's used to these lightweight cars with lots of downforce and chuck them in there in the corner and they'll stick, whereas these things are a little bit more docile and don't do what you really want when you ask for them. But you're doing a great job, and hopefully bring this car home in a reasonable position with as much damage as he's got.
Yeah, well, I'd say they're probably out of fast repairs by the looks of it, but then again, with the V8 supercar, as we've said earlier, they can look like a London taxi cab or a taxi cab in the middle of King's Cross, Sydney, and they still seem to charge along.
Yeah, they seem to drive pretty good. Once again, I think just something that needs to be looked at eventually. Once again, I think, oh no, as Michael Hammond gets loose coming out of the chase. I don't know if you caught that one, Bernie, but he was right out sideways, so he gathered it all up. It's great skill there from Michael.
Yeah, I'll bring that up on the super slow-mo so people can enjoy the slide save of the day. I tell you what, he did a darn good job, because we've seen a few guys catch that and they end up in that wall, but he managed to gather it up, didn't he?
Oh, he was gone for all money, wasn't he? He was out there, and yeah, I think anyone else, they would have been in the fence, but Michael just controlled that well in that Monaro.
Yeah. You said Monaro or Monaro?
9 is Monaro.
Okay. Well, now you're in for it, because we've got Mr. O'Brien in the green room, and he's going to be after you for all this Ford banter you've been giving him earlier tonight.
Hey, look, I'm clean as a whistle. I don't have to worry about this Ford banter stuff, because that's your drama.
No, it's not, because I'm going to bring him up and I'm going to go and have a pit stop, and you're just going to have to talk to him.
Well, hey, then bring it on, because I like talking to Brenton. He's a cool dude and fun to chat with.
Now you're just sucking up. All right, I'll bring him up.
Hey, Brenton, welcome to the comms box. It's been a while, mate, so good to have you up here.
Well, it's good to be here. G'day Bernie, g'day Adrian. It's wow, what a race, eh? It's I love enduros, and this one's been spectacularly good.
Yeah, it's been pretty full on, and I'll tell you what, the boys are getting a bit of a movement on since their last safety car.
Yeah, I said it to Bernie months ago. You got to buy a ticket for the last hour, don't you? And we're well and truly into that now. So, giving themselves a chance, really the whole series for the endurance is between Ian Ford and Mick Schreier, and that's how it was for the AEC as well. And I just love the way SSR are doing things. And if Brenton Hobson's not the most improved V8 driver this year, then I'm not playing, because he has been spectacularly good all year.
Oh no, this race format's been fantastic. I mean, I've been pretty proud that I've been part of it. And I don't know if Bernie caught, but one of the old Redback cars there went into the wall and started smoking like an old chimney stack in London because it's pretty cold. But no, it's been a fantastic series, and I've been loving broadcasting this with Bernie and watching the boys put on a show. And I'll tell you what, one of the best races I've seen in a long time through these boys in the endurance series. I mean, it's not an easy task in the best of times, and you know that through enduros to keep these things on track, let alone these V8s, because these things are a handful, aren't they?
Oh yeah, they are. But is it not the best track car combination on iRacing? No, if it's not, I can't think of anything better. But it's the track, and the series has been really, really good. It's had its highs and lows, no doubt, but it's been solid throughout, you have to say, and it's had good numbers throughout, and captivating with culminating with this last round. It's been really good. It fills up, old fellas like me, we don't go out clubbing anymore, so it fills up our Friday night pretty well.
Yeah, I'm going to have to ask a question, because Bernie's been talking it up all night, and he said that you weren't racing tonight, and you were supposed to be in the car 26, and you were really disappointed that you weren't going to be in that car. But and you jumped in, and apparently you're in the car 226, which is the other badge with the circle explaining the mistakes. So what's the story, mate?
Say it loud, say it proud. It's a Holden, and yes, Adam Zotinga was extremely chuffed with himself. He had me ready to go on that horrible Ford, and I was looking forward to racing with Adam, because he's always good around here. And the race plan for me was pretty basic: do minimum laps, see you later, Adam, enjoy the rest of your day. But at the last minute we had a withdrawal with one of our drivers, so we slotted Tom Jones in with Adam. I was originally planning on just running the 226 to see how many laps I can get, see if I could find a teammate halfway through, and then we had Ryan O'Sullivan made himself available at the last minute. So yeah, he's done a really, really solid job, considering he hasn't driven the car in ages. Maybe one or two incidents might not be squeaky clean, but he's done a pretty good job. And what's he now? Up into 5th place. So as much as I'd love to say, Ryan, bring it home from here, I know what he's doing. He's going to bed shortly. He's racing go-karts tomorrow, so the old slow fella will be bringing it home. So it won't be top 5 by the time we finish.
Oh, mate, as long as it finishes, I think that's the best you can come away with. But as a championship, though, with Ian Ford and the boys from Simulator, they've been doing a fantastic job. As Ryan's getting a little bit tired out there, so we're not going to tie you up too long, because he's getting a little bit hairy out there. But no, it's been a good job, and the championship tonight, final race, coming down to the wire, it's you can't ask for anything better, could you?
No, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? And I'll give congratulations to Luke Harvey, Ian Ford's co-driver tonight, for the Logitech Commodore, who actually won the individual series. So a big shout out to Luke Harvey for doing that, and what the boys are doing now in the RA car number 1 is trying to do the double for the team. So really, really stoked with what Luke's done. I've said that Brenton Hobson's the most improved. Well, Luke Harvey's a very, very close second, considering he's only been doing it since February. So, expecting bigger things for the team next year. Like, we're very heavily committed with the BES Pro Series at the moment, obviously, and we've got good things happening there at the moment as it stands after 2 rounds. But it's still a bit to go, and looking forward to 2017. I've got 5 weeks off shortly.
Yeah, just sitting here watching Michael Hammond and Ryan at the moment. They're going for it, so it's pretty interesting. I'm sure you're sitting there watching as well, and you're on edge at the moment, because I know I would be. But it was a good move, nice clean pass. So let's hope Ryan can get pushed forward there at the moment as my camera guy changes. But looking good, and no, it's fantastic. BS. I wanted to bring that up later, but your boys are doing well, and a lot of Aussie guys are doing well, and hopefully Bernie can cover off on a lot of that in the Aussie split tomorrow night?
Yeah, I might give Bernie a bit of a hand, a bit of a briefing before the race if you're listening, Bernie. Looking forward to having a chat there and seeing what the broadcast can bring, because it is the most competitive series I've ever seen on iRacing. You got, let's face this, 300 and something teams have nominated for what's going to be 28 spots. And there's a lot of Aussies in there, which is fantastic to see, but the reality is if you don't make the top split and the top half of the second split, you're not going to make it, that's the truth. But it gives so much experience to those other guys who are in third, fourth, fifth split. But, there's some good results coming for the Aussies. We've already got 3 teams locked in for 2017, TTRL, ERA and Mad Cow Racing. Well, Mad Cow, ERA and the TTRL car number 2s, I guess you could call them for now, are all well and truly in the hunt to get another spot, and there's another ERA car with Anthony Winkle and Andy and Ford, Riley Blythe, that are not far away from knocking on the door, getting that top 28 as well, but that's going to be spectacular, so be sure to be watching Redback Racing TV this time. I don't know if it'll be finished this time tomorrow, but it's going to be awesome. 90 minutes at Zolder.
Yeah, it should be interesting. I haven't been at Zolder for a while. I think it might have been an SEK round or something like that since I've last been at Zolder covering something as a driver. I think it's been even longer just because of the circumstances. But it's a tough track, and a lot of stuff can happen around that track for sure.
Well, do your homework, boys, because there's going to be in the thousands of people watching it, because it's such a spectacularly good event. So 25 instant race limit as well, DSQ on a track like Zolder for 90 minutes. We expect about 61 laps. It's going to be an awesome race, and I can tell you just on the quiet, there's the Audis and the BMWs are going real quick.
Yeah, we heard from the Mad Cows that the BMW just got a little tweak to it in the last update, so it's a little bit better than what it has been, but it's been a mainstay, hasn't it? It's always been a car that you could depend on for stability, and it may not have been a quick car in a straight line, but definitely a decent car to drive, even though it may not have been quick, but something that you can depend on, because some of the guys in the quicker cars could have crashed it out.
Yeah, well, the BMWs, like I said, they are the workhorse, aren't they? And they've always done a good job. It's going to be a lot about tyres. I know we've got a V8 race going at the moment, but just quickly, it's tyres. Don't be surprised if no one takes tyres for a 90-minute race. Strategy is another thing. I'm not going to allude to what the RA's got planned, but it's probably the same as what everybody else is doing, to be honest with you. And we all think we're one up on everybody else, but there's packed grids, international drivers. It's just going to be fantastic, and each one of these drivers can see the bigger picture as to what's going on next year. To be involved in that BES Pro Series is awesome.
Talking about getting on it and excitement, I'll tell you what, it's heating up here at the moment for the lead. We've got car 1 hounding car 27 at the moment, so the chase is on here for the lead, folks. So while we're chatting here with Brenton, and his car is there in second place with Ian Ford driving the car, and he's chasing down at the moment. I think it's Michael at the moment. So got lap cars, but doing a fantastic job. And with an hour to go, this is on. This ain't playing for sheep stations. This is playing for cattle stations, folks.
Yeah, they both get the same lap, obviously, with the safety car as well. So anything can happen, and probably will. But I've got Fars one. Little Nabi down in 13th place. I must have missed something there, because last I saw he was in the lead, and now he's on the verge of being lapped. So I must have definitely missed that. So you might be able to fill us in there, Adrian or Bernie. But yeah, a long way to go. It's what are we on, lap 79, lap 80. So still 30 laps to go, isn't there? But I think time might be the issue with 58 minutes to go.
Yeah, getting an update on my telemetry, about 28, so we're about 3 laps short in how many we've got. So in saying that, these guys should have another pit stop without letting out too many secrets, but basically they can't make it to the end without another stop.
No, everyone's going to need another stop. You're only getting about 25, scratching 26 laps tops on the full tank, so they're definitely going to need another stop, and that could be, if they're going to play their cards straight, it'll be about lap 85, just in case
there's another safety car. Not expecting one unless there's an incident. I think all the full course cautions have been and gone. So yeah. But anyway, we'll see how we go. But at the moment, with Adam Zeitinger there making gains as well, it's looking pretty good for the team.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Michael just had a little bit of a breather there. Ian just had a little bit loose there out of Forest Elbow, so he's had a breather. But we know Ian, he's pretty much a hard charger, and he's not going to let go. He's like a dog with a bone, isn't he? He's going to chomp on it even harder and try and push forward again.
Yeah, you got to remember though, Ian doesn't drive the V8 anymore. This is the first time he's driven it in probably 4 weeks, maybe 5 weeks. This is probably a swan song for the V8s for extended time, I would say. He's heavily committed to the GT3s and also does the F1s as well on Saturday night. So he'll be jumping from the GT3 to the F1 tomorrow pretty quickly. It's just a breath of fresh air for him. And maybe as 2017 comes on, he'll hop back into that V8. But for now, and certainly for the next month and a half, you won't see him a hell of a lot in it.
Yeah, fair enough. It's a little bit of news there. Once again, RRTV bringing in the first, which is really good, and we only get that because we've got great viewers and people that enjoy our commentary, I suppose you could say, Brendan.
Oh, I just looked at your broadcast. Oh, hang on, last one's not happy. I was looking at your broadcast. You guys have just bought it, haven't you? You really have. You're just unbelievably good, and it's a credit to both you and Bernie what you can deliver.
Oh no, all the credit goes to Bernie. I'm just the puppet on the string that helps him out a little bit when I can, which is coming to the end this year. Unfortunately, I've got things going on, so I've got to get that sorted. As the race leader's getting hung up here, and it's brought in right on the back there, which is something that you don't want when you're the leader.
Yeah, I've got to admit the lap traffic, especially in this last stint's been slightly disappointing. I'm not going to name names or anything like that. This is a battle for lead. I'll let you call it, Adrian.
Yeah, thanks, Brenton. As Ian has a look at the chase, this is a fast place, guys. Don't get me wrong, that's a well-positioned move there. Well done from Ian. He's got that cleanly done, which is probably a little bit of helping hand there as well from Michael. He didn't really fight it too hard. He could have done a little bit more there to hang on, but I think he's just thought better of it because he's still got to stop yet, don't we? So he's just hanging on there, and I think if he can hang on there, it's going to come down to the last pit stop, and it'll be beyond for young and old then, I reckon.
The other thing interesting about this, folks, this is the first time this car has led all night. The number 27 has led 51 out of the 81 laps here, so all of a sudden ERA are all over this, and 29 laps to go, folks. It is on. Alright, Brenton, we should let you give a shout out to your sponsors so we can call this action, because it's definitely going to be fast paced from here on in.
Yeah, thanks Bernie. MPMS Racing Simulators there in Brisbane, at West End Brisbane. Make sure you get on board, get in touch with Benke Bruin. Got a pretty good setup there. It's certainly worth looking at. Logitech G have been spectacularly good to us this week. So if anyone from Logitech, the amount of gear that they have given us this week would blow your mind. It's been unbelievable. So big thanks to them. Maverick Welding, MS Limited Edition for I hear a car spinning. Sorry, GTI and Joel Real Timing.
Fantastic. And before you go, I need to thank you for giving me the heads up about the Blancpain broadcast. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have known about it, and it wouldn't have happened on RRTV. So big thanks from me to you, mate.
No. Don't do that. It just proves, it's a good chance for you guys to highlight what you do, and also the Aussies as well. I'm not saying concentrate on the Aussies tomorrow night. I don't want you doing that, but it's great for you guys to be involved with such a great series, and it is the most popular series going around. It's surpassed the F1 Pro Road to Pro series in viewership at the moment as well. So, I'll have just between you, me and Bernie, I'll have a chat with you before the broadcast if you want to shoot any questions, mate, and we'll fill in some gaps for you. Yeah,
that'd be fantastic, and hopefully we can actually get in the top split, because I know those spectator seats, they fill up really quickly.
Yeah, we'll give you a hand there, mate. Even if it means jumping on an ERA car, we talk about this privately. We get you to jump in an ERA car as a spectator, and you can go through that way, mate. We'll give you the password if you need.
Fantastic. Well, anyway, Brenton, it's great to see you out there having a run tonight. I'm really disappointed you weren't in the 26, and I know Adam was too, because we were just chuckling like so excited. But then he sent me a text at work, and I was very disappointed, I must say.
Yeah, where there's two disappointments, mate, there's a very happy person sitting here, but see how that goes. Still a long way to go in this race. I'll be happier if one of the boys gets up.
Yeah, well, it's looking mighty interesting anyway at the moment. So anyway, Brenton, thanks for popping in, mate. You're probably going to have to go and rescue Ryan because he's probably wanting to sleep soon, and then we'll see how the 226 goes.
Well, it's at a race high fourth, mate, and once that O'Brien fella steps in, just watch it progress slowly down to the back.
All right, we'll do it super slow-mo. How's that sound?
You won't need to, Bernie. You can do it normal. It'll be super slow-mo.
Fantastic.
Oh, hang on 2 seconds. A bit of a to crash.
Yes, so at the moment, folks...
I saw Ian Ford crash, but it's Ian Ford too, so that's not good for them, but it's okay for us, if you know what I mean. That could almost be a safety car, so I'm out of here, so good on you, boys. Oh my god, don't come out.
Alright,
see ya. Boys. Cheers.
So you can see there, Way South Racing at the moment in between Ian Ford, Michael Schreier, and you could see Ian as he snaked his way down through there. Way South goes off the track to allow Michael through, folks. That was Damien Charleston 1 lap down. So at the moment Ian Ford is leading, and the live gap at the line is, let's wait for it, 1.5 seconds. So Ian's actually starting to get that gap moving out. They're actually coming up to lap Farzan Al Nabi. He was the race leader. I have no idea, Adrian, what has happened to him, but all of a sudden he's just about going down 1 lap.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he's hit a wall somewhere and obviously had an incident, and either himself or something has been in the road. So a bit of hard luck there for those guys, because they were doing a fairly good job. And I'll tell you what, how's that rubbing salt in the wounds, saying that they got plenty of gifts from Logitech. Where's the love, Bernie? Where's the love from Brenton?
Yeah, I was thinking that myself. It's like a kid that gets all these presents and they tell you about it, but you're not allowed to touch it.
Yeah, I reckon we do a good job up here. I reckon share the love.
You're just after freebies, aren't you?
Hey, nothing wrong with freebies, I can tell you right now.
Yeah, well, your pedals are pretty shot, so at the moment you could probably do with a set of those.
Well, everything's pretty shot. Even the person behind the wheel that and the button behind the commentary box as well. He's pretty shot as well.
Yeah, well, the thing is, Logitech, they put out some good equipment, but I don't know if they can fit or if they can fix the faulty part, which is probably you. They will eventually. They'll have artificial intelligence, but at the moment, don't know.
What, you're saying that I'm not artificial?
Don't get all precious on me, gee.
Oh, I thought I was.
Let's focus on the race here. It's just getting weird here, folks. Ian Ford at the moment, he's led 3 of these laps. He's taking it to Synergy Sim Racing at the moment. All of a sudden, the tables are turned. This car has been in the top 10 all night, in the bottom end of the top 10, but all of a sudden, they're playing their card, and I tell you what, Ian is looking fast out there.
Yeah, certainly looking fast, and it's in one of those funny shaped badges, isn't it? So doing a good job there.
It certainly is, and we just saw Farzan there step aside. He looks like he's got internet connection issues. Not sure what has occurred to that car, but he was leading this race, and he finds himself a lap down now.
Yeah, a bit of a shame. They were racing pretty good. They had plenty of lap speed, but this is the thing about enduros, and this is when you don't want the bad luck, is at the end of the race, because it's going to hurt you a lot more than if you did early on. So you know, we're seeing Ian at the moment. They're pushing forward, and as we heard from Brenton, he hasn't been driving for a while, but maybe probably something that we've seen in the past. Bernie been struggling a little bit driving this car, and it's shown in a few races. But tonight, I'll tell you what, it must be the track that's bringing out his talent again, because he must be enjoying it at the moment.
Oh, for sure. I'd say you'd have a grin from ear to ear at the moment.
Oh, look, his eyes are on, isn't it? He's hitting the marks and pulling away. I'll tell you what, he's actually dragging this car along and making a gap here. He's about 1.6, so he's getting closer and closer to dropping this draft, which is important, because as soon as that draft drops, he's going to start breaking away. He was a little bit slower the previous lap, but it wasn't that much, so we'll see how he goes on this lap.
Yeah, well, the gap at the line, 1.599 seconds now. So he's increased it by 0.2 of a second that lap. And he's just slowly stretching that gap out, as you said.
Yeah, he was quicker by 0.2 then, so he's definitely quicker. It's just it's not, once he gets past that 2-second gap, he'll be able to break that draft, and that's key, isn't it? You know, getting that draft broken, and he should be able to break away. So we're just waiting to see how well he goes here at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. And 25 laps to go. It's 11:51 p.m. here, Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time, folks. We're 40 minutes before this race goes time certain. 25 laps to go. They are lapping in the 205, mid to high 205s. So get your calculator out and work out for us, is this race going to go time certain, or are they going to get the 25 laps in?
Well, like I said earlier there to Brenton, Bernie, I reckon they're going to be about 2.5, 3 laps shy of that at this time. Looking at my telemetry there, it's actually telling me they've got about 22.5 laps to go.
Well, there you go. We'll see how that means. We're going to be about 3 laps short here tonight, folks. So that'll be quite interesting. A shout out also to one of our viewers. They're from Spain. So welcome. We hope you are enjoying the coverage of RRTV. This is the final round of the SDRT ABR V8 Supercar Series. They've run 23 rounds this year, and it's come down to these two cars, folks, the number 1 and the 27. Whichever crosses the line first takes the championship.
Yeah, it's definitely down the wire, so definitely 1 and 2 at the moment. It's coming down, and at the moment the car number 1 is leading, and if they finish in front of car 27, which is running second, they'll win the championship. But look, guys, if you're jumping in on this broadcast because of iRacing, look, please check out the RRTV channel and go through some of the races that we've covered off previously throughout the year, and have a bit of fun, because there's a lot of racing through there, and definitely a lot of these enduros, so you can check out how well this team has progressed throughout the year as well, because I believe this is one of the first in iRacing that RRTV covered, is that the team that is in front at the moment, they actually had 4 cars where they went 1, 2, 3, 4 in a race, so in enduro. So check that one out. That was quite an interesting race and exciting one to watch, Bernie.
Oh, it certainly was, and I tell you what, these guys were also at it for the final round of the Australian Endurance Championship, and I think Synergy Sim Racing won that against ERA. So this is ERA's chance to get one back on Synergy Sim Racing, if you like, you know, and quite honestly, I don't know what Michael must be thinking at the moment after leading 51 laps of this race, to be passed now by Ian Ford, who's only led the last 6 laps, and all of a sudden they're showing their hand, and they're making a late run for home here.
I reckon Michael's had a little bit of hiccup running across the top of the mountain there, Bernie. He's lost a ton of ton of time there at the moment, and he's still getting hounded by Farzwan there at the moment.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We were riding with him over the top of the mountain, and it looked clean to me. Maybe he's got fuel problems, or he's trying to do some sort of fuel save. We know Michael's very canny when it comes to fuel strategy, so who knows? But that gap all of a sudden is out to 2.850 seconds. If we look at the times, Ian did a 2:05.784 last lap. Michael did a 2:06.682. So a very slow lap there by Michael Schreier.
Yeah, it's a massive difference in time there, and that means the world. I don't see where you'd be saving fuel. You know that you got to stop again. I think with Brenton, he basically confirmed that these guys have got to stop again. So you got to be pushing hard. You've got to get in there and stay near the top there. I mean, you got a driver there. Yeah, he may be a lap down, but if you're slow, he's going to want to get around you. He's not a slow driver. He's quite quick. So you got to pedal this car and get through there, because you don't want to lose touch with the leader.
Well, no, there's no more safety cars. It's a run for home now. And as you said, Farzan, he's not slow. He was leading this race not too long ago, until whatever happened to that car happened. If any of the viewers know, please let us know. We'd be interested. But I tell you what, Michael can't afford to let Ian go here, because this gap's getting to a point where it's going to be really hard for Synergy Sim Racing to pull it in.
Oh, it certainly is. I mean, this is what this race is built up for. We're waiting for this race, and Ian's actually starting to run away with this, and Michael's just sitting there. I don't know if he's got an answer for him. It's once again ERA. They're playing that card. They're just racing until they need to put the hammer down, and that's what they've done. As Michael's in the pits, Bernie. Michael's pitting.
Yeah, he certainly is. So it'll be interesting here. This is when the final pit strategy plays out. We'll keep an eye on this. ERA and Synergy Sim Racing, they are excellent at pit stop strategy, and this pit stop could decide who wins this race. Who knows?
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on the. I've flicked over to the telemetry to let me know how they're going in their pit stall, so I can let you know how quickly they do their pits.
Yeah, and it looks like Michael's getting out. Brenton Hobson's getting into that car. Ian staying in the car. And so driver swap for Synergy Sim Racing. So far, 24 seconds for Ian Ford and ERA Logitech entry. 26.1 seconds for the Synergy Sim Racing car. Who's going to come out first?
Edge of the seat stuff, and Ian's out first, and by a margin too, Bernie. That's quite a big difference there. Even Farzwan's gone out there before for Brenton there.
Yeah, so looking at the actual pit time stops, folks, ERA and the Logitech entry, they did a 39.4 second stop. Brenton Hobson, he's jumped into that car, and Synergy Sim Racing did a 44.1 second stop.
Yeah, so Farzwan's there let Brenton go, so they're just sticking out of it. They don't want to get involved, which is fair enough, but they've lost a lot of time in that pit stop, haven't they? Like overall it was like nearly 6 seconds they've lost in that stop through pit lane total.
Yeah, exactly right, and we'll actually get that gap next time they go across the line. We've just heard about the car Farzan was driving. They were leading this race, as we said. They've gone down pretty much a lap. The reason for that, believe it or not, this race is throwing everything, but while Farzan was driving that car in the lead, he had a net dropout, and that's what's occurred to that car, folks. So that explains it. Michael Talenjic is in that car at the moment. They're running 13th and 1 lap down, so that solves that mystery.
Yeah, unfortunate. I mean, it's just like a technical error, isn't it? You have an issue, and I can't remember, one of the Holden cars unfortunately had a steering wheel issue a couple of years ago. So it's basically the same sort of stuff, isn't it? You have to come in and do a stop and try and get it sorted before you can get it back out there and understand what's going on with your car.
Yeah, that's right. And it's funny, these enduros do throw those curveballs. People say, oh, it's a simulation, but you do see some uncanny things happen to cars and drivers, and the bad luck that they can have. Like, for example, Le Mans, you know, when Reece Gardner was driving and the nuts that hold on his steering wheel came loose, and his steering wheel pretty much came off, and he hit the wall. You know, things like that. It's very uncanny. It's gutting to the drivers, and you know, these guys feel just as much as any of the real world drivers do. And yeah, so it's interesting. I was going to.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hey, you're all right, mate.
I was just going to update the viewers on our retirements. We have had a few more retirements since last time. The 047 has retired from tonight's race, but Brodie Morris was driving that car at the time. The 015, Chad Vigor was driving that. That has also retired. The 69, Benjamin Smith's entry. That was the Race on Oz entry. That has also retired, and they joined the other list, which is the 085, the Kyani Motorsports entry. The 048, that was the pole sitter Richard Hampstead, and Tyson Williams retired very earlier on tonight, as well as the 49, which was our first retirement. So out of the 31 starters, we're down to 24 now, folks. 13 are still on the lead lap, and quite a few cars are trickling around here with a lot of damage. But getting back to the leaders here, I promised you I'd give you an update. The gap is out to 8.3 seconds at the moment. Brenton Hobson's in that car, and we'll see what sort of a time he does. But Ian Ford's last time was a 2:05.097, and Brenton did a 2:05.494.
Yeah, so another half a second difference there. So Brenton's got a lot of work to do. So basically, he needs a little bit of help from traffic. Now, this is where traffic is definitely key, I think, Bernie. Look, if you haven't got some stuff done by a certain point around here, don't think you're going to get it done, especially across the top of the mountain. We know it's difficult, and yeah, there's a few overtaking moves to be done, but late in the race, I don't think they're on as what they would have been earlier on. So the guys are going to find it tougher to overtake across the top here.
Yeah, and at the moment there's no traffic in sight for Ian, but I tell you what, he's set the fastest time now as well. The 2:05.097, that's the fastest we've seen tonight. Previously Michael Schreier had it, and that was the mid 2:05s, I think. But we may see this car, the way Ian's driving, we may see this car dip into the 2:04s before the race is out. And if that's the case, it's the first time we've seen it since qualifying earlier on tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? The boys were doing 2:04s in qualifying. It's good to see that the way the cars race, they're running at the 2:05s, but you know, they're getting closer to 2:04s. But I think it shows you how close, because obviously with a qualifying car, it's going to be quicker than a race pace car. So I think it's pretty cool at the moment.
Well, it certainly is, and we can see riding with Brenton now, and he's coming up to one of the red Dick Johnson liveries, and as that car peels in, not sure if that was, I think that was one of the Redback cars, I'm not sure, because the ABR looks very much similar. As Brenton comes across the line this time, he's actually taken 0.006 of a second off Ian.
Yeah, a little bit quicker, but still not enough. He needs a bit more, and I think it's just under 16 laps to go. So We've got 32 minutes remaining, not quite half an hour to go, so it's still a little bit to play for, but yeah, it's a long, I think 8 seconds, Bernie, that's a big gap to try and cut back, and yeah, I don't know if they can do it, to be honest.
Yeah, we're down to the business end, 19 laps to go. 8 seconds is a hell of a lot to close up, and Brenton can't even see Ian at the moment, which makes it all that much harder, isn't it? At least if you can see your competitor, you can sort of urge yourself to draw closer to that car. It's like a target, isn't it? So at the moment, psychologically, Brenton would have to be feeling it at the moment.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, he knows he's out there, but the biggest drama I think that Brenton might have is that overdriving the car. He's trying to bring that car back closer so he can see it. And look, if you overdrive the car, you could end up binning the thing. So he's got to be careful on that fact as well.
Yeah, exactly right. And just as Brenton gets onto Conrod Straight, Ian disappears over the hump. It's almost like he's playing hide and seek, and he just gets a glimpse of him as he comes into Caltech's chase.
Yeah, Brenton's probably hoping that Ian catches a lap car at the wrong time. I mean, that's all you can hope for, to try and help your lap times through, because we know Ian's quite quick. I know he's been away, but obviously, you know, he's been doing V8s for a long time. I'm sure he spent many a day running around here in a V8, so he knows this place the back of his hand, like his back of his hand. So he's not going to be any slouch around here, and basically Brenton's got to hope that Ian gets stuck behind traffic up the top of the mountain.
Yeah, well, you know, my theory, a fast driver's a fast driver no matter what they drive, and Ian shows that. Quite a number of the fast guys do, don't they? They can jump in just about anything and be quick. I reckon if you threw Ian a shopping trolley and got to have a race around Kmart car park, he'd still be quick.
I reckon I could beat him.
Yeah, you'd probably flame him or go and sabotage something.
I'd make sure I checked out that he had the shopping cart with all 4 wobbly wheels, not just 2 or 3. He'd have the whole lot wobbling.
Yeah, fair enough. But I tell you what, I don't know what's going on out here. It feels like at the moment that there's only 2 cars racing, SSR and ERA 1. Before we get into the business end, we're just going to hand over to Nick Hausler. Welcome, Nick. You got a bit of an update for us, mate?
Yeah, g'day guys. My partner's just unfortunately just dropped out. His system just froze and effectively ended our race, unfortunately. But yeah, on the incident wise, everyone's pretty much clear on their incident count, so I wouldn't expect any penalties really to be handed out between now and the end of the race. And what a race it's been, hey?
Well, it's been an absolute cracker, hasn't it? We've been looking at the statistics with 93 laps. The Logitech ERA car leading, they've only led the last 13, and Synergy Sim Racing led the first 51, so all of a sudden this race has been tipped on its head.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, that I think the ERA car had an incident on about lap 16 or 17, which forced them to pit. But what that effectively does too, I guess, though, is that their plan obviously was to have Ian Ford bring the car home for the last 71 laps. So they pitted on lap 17. You're getting about 22, 23 laps to a tank. So it almost brought Luke Harvey's run in the car to an end perfectly. So even when they had bad luck tonight, it ended up being not too bad for them.
Yeah, well, you know, ERA, they're pretty good, aren't they, with their strategies, and they're showing it tonight. But then again, Synergy Sim Racing are no slouches when it comes to strategy. But,
No, obviously Brenton's just done his fastest lap of the race there too.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you also about laps to go. We've got 17 laps to go. From my calculation, we've got about 21 minutes before we go time certain, which I think we're going to be about 6 laps short. What's your calculation say?
Yeah, I think you're pretty much spot on there. Probably about 105-ish laps. I think we'll be getting through tonight. So yeah, so it looks like it's going to be a time certain. So everyone's fueled up to the end now. At least no one's going to have to stop for a splash and dash and just see if Brenton, what is he, 8 seconds down now. It's going to be a tough ask for him unless Ian makes a mistake. And we saw him make one earlier in the race when he had a spin at the chase.
Yeah, that's right. And he got out of jail, didn't he? It could have been a lot worse. He was lucky that he had a lot of runoff when that spin happened. Otherwise, it could have been a completely different story now.
Yeah, most definitely could have been. I guess just a couple of important things. Be interested to know if you guys have decided up here who's running the best livery tonight, who you've awarded it to, or if anyone yet.
To be quite honest, we totally forgot. We got so wound up in this battle, we've put it aside.
Yeah. Well, for what it's worth, my 2 favourites tonight were the 085 Pro Force, the old Marlborough Holden Bueller team livery. I thought that was a really nice one, and I also like Adam Zettinger's Better Electrical Falcon. They're my 2 favourites out there tonight, but obviously leave it to you and to choose any of the ABR cars that you please.
Yeah, well, we're looking at the 085. That was a nice car up until it got binned.
Until about lap 3.
Yeah, about lap 3, and then it looked a bit second-hand. But yeah, the 26, that is a well-turned-out car. We also, I might let Adrian have a comment on this as well. But the 097 was nice. I did really like the Race on Oz entry, and the reason why I like that is because they've run a retro iRacing livery from when that team was first formed, and I think that's brilliant. Most other guys are running retro real-life liveries. These guys have sort of thought outside the box and done something a bit different.
Yeah, no, and it's a good-looking livery too. It still stands the test of time. I'm not too sure how old it actually is, but still looks good on the car.
Yeah, 2013.
Okay, so yeah, it's been around for a little while there as well.
Yeah, and they were saying that they had to go and find the person who painted it to go and find the old TGA file so they could actually use it. So yeah, a bit of effort there, so that's pretty good. What do you think, Adrian? Have you thought of which paint schemes you like?
Yeah, for sure. I think there's 2, and the numbers are so close. They're not much different in numbers, and I think I banged on about number 25 because it just reminded me. I knew the car. Like, I think I've actually got the model of that car somewhere buried in my junk of stuff somewhere, and so that's the ex-Tony Longhurst livery, and obviously the same again with car 26. It's the same car. Once again, it's a decent livery as well. So yeah, just those 2 are probably high on my list.
Well, I'll leave it to you, Bernie, to shoot me a message with what you decide in the end, and of course the winners, they get either they get up to them how they dispense it. But $20 worth of iRacing credits heading towards the winning livery. So whether it's $10 for each driver, or $20 for the bloke who painted it, or $20 into the team kitty, however they decide they want that, they just need to you let me know who it is, and I'll get in contact with them so they can organise collection of that prize for them.
Yeah, no worries, no pressure at all. But the 427 012 Monaro's pretty nice too. So maybe we'll just say they're all winners, and you can pay them all $20 iRacing credits.
Oh, that's a very nice sponsorship offered by RRTV. But no, Bernie, I know that times are probably tough in the broadcasting game, and I'd hate to take that money out of your kitty.
No, I was going to get you to pay it. You're too quick there. Too many assumptions.
Just the other thing too, if I may, whilst I've got the forum here, I guess, is this being the last round, has let everyone know what the plans are for next year, because we will be back next year.
Yeah, tell us the goss. This can be an exclusive, because I haven't even heard what your plans are yet.
Okay, well, we're going to give everyone a bit of a break over Christmas, New Year. The plan is to start up the season 2 of this on about the 12th of January. I think it's somewhere between the 7th and 12th of January, being the first Friday night. That we'll be getting back up and running, and the series will kick off with an endurance race, and we'll be following the official calendar as much as we can again. This year we digressed when there was double ups of tracks, but if there's the same track from season 1 to 2 in the iRacing schedule, then we'll also follow that. We'll just have a different format for the race. But also in the next week, I'll be sending out an invite for everyone to put their votes in for what tracks they want for the endurance races. So the endurance races will be basically, the tracks will all be picked by the competitors. It'll just be the 8 most popular tracks, and that's what we'll be running for the endurance races for next season, which will run from January through till about the end of June.
Fantastic. And are you going to run as many rounds next year as you have this year?
Yeah, we will have. There'll be some off weeks as well, where we won't race. We'll probably have about three off weeks throughout the season. So I haven't done the exact numbers of how many races that works out we'll be having. But one thing we'll be doing is that race 1 will be an enduro, and it'll be the second most. Well, I'm assuming the second most popular endurance track that's picked. And then once again the season will wind up with an endurance race at Bathurst.
Fantastic. Well, it's been a really good season this year, and I know a lot of people have enjoyed watching it and competing in it, and it's been really good to also broadcast it, so well done on all that.
And yeah, and many thanks to you guys. We're hoping to have you on board again for the endurance races next season.
Yeah, well, Mr. Jarvis here, he's going on a prolonged long service leave sabbatical, so I've got to go and find another commentator to help me call these races.
I might have to call back Scott Stevens out of retirement. He's not running AEC. He's not running AEC next year, so he'll have plenty of spare time.
Well, last time we had him in the booth, he hijacked the place, so I don't know.
Stole all the caviar and champagne to boot.
That's right. We're still recovering. But yeah, I might see what he's up to next year and get him in. We've also got a few other commentators that we might be able to pull in, who may be interested in helping out. So if we can definitely pull it off, we'll definitely be back. That's for sure.
I'll leave you blokes alone now for the last few laps of the race, and once again, thanks very much for all your support and for the broadcast throughout the season. Yeah,
no worries. It's been great. And yeah, we've got 13 minutes to go, 13 laps to go here, folks, and we're probably going to be about 6 or 7 laps short. Alright, we should bring Dave Oliver up. He's been waiting quite a long time in that green room. If I bring him up, do you want to have a chat with him, Adrian?
Yeah, we'll try and make it short, because we've only got about 9 laps to go. So yeah, bring him up. We'll have a quick short chat with him. He's been down there for a bit, but welcome aboard to the comms box, Dave. I know you've been waiting down there patiently, but a tough night for you guys.
Hey guys, yeah, it has been. It's far out too long a race. Like, I thought Silverstone was tough doing the whole 4 hours. I only did 3 hours 20 and I'm absolutely knackered. It's such a mental drain.
Yeah, it is a demanding track at the best of times, but to do it for 3 hours, I think that's going a bit over the top at the moment. So, but it's been an exciting race. It's definitely brought on a lot of excitement here, and something that we've been enjoying tonight. And it's gone down the wire, but it looks like Mr. Ian Ford's just jumped out in the lead and started to dominate it, and it looked like it might be heading ERA's way again, mate.
Yeah, it's been for a lot of the race I was down the back, like I started pretty much last because hadn't had much practice, and yeah, and couldn't get used to the setup, and luckily the set came to us, or the track came to us, or to me, until Daniel was able to jump in, but he'd been out, so by the time he was able to jump on, it was already a bit past the cutoff, and I had my massive Scotty Pie rib clanger up the top at the grate. So, but yeah, the other cars seems to be going well. I think at the moment it's about 6 seconds off 40, so it's close. It's going to go down the wire, and either way, like whichever way the result goes, it's like we've had a blast. You know, these races have been fun. It's just like we just jump on a Friday night. You know, see how many cars we can get. If we can only get one car, then, you know, I'll help out, do strategy calls. So I did that earlier on in the season, so it was good to jump in the driver's seat. So,
you know, it's been a fantastic series, and Nick's elaborated that definitely going to do it again next year, which is really good. So we're going to look forward to you boys jumping back in for next year.
I'm guessing so. Yeah, pretty much. I think, yeah, just let it settle down over Christmas and see what happens. So I'm sure Brenton and Michael and stuff will probably have another crack. I'm not too sure. I guess, you know, we'll leave that till we'll leave that a few weeks.
Yeah, got a bit of Christmas break there, and you know, got plenty of time to decide what you guys are going to do. But definitely been brilliant racing in this endurance round. Something that we didn't cover off was the sprint series, but the enduros have been good, and the boys have played nice generally. So just the excitement of this endurance round has been really good, and hopefully you guys enjoyed it as much as we have commentated on.
Yeah, like, you know, just go over this round of what was it? We had over 30 competitors, which is, or 30 teams, which is a brilliant turnout. That said, it is Bathurst, and it is at, you know, end of the season and all that. So yeah, it should be good as long as you know, the series keeps its momentum. It should be an absolute awesome championship next season.
Yeah, certainly will. Well, I'll quickly hand you over, Bernie, because like I said, running on there, Nick took all the limelight as per normal in this situation. But I'll hand you over, Bernie. Bernie will probably have a couple of questions. But thanks for coming up, mate. Sorry it took a little bit long. Once again, it was all Nick's fault. But look, we'll hopefully see you next year, and look, keep pushing on and back your team there. He's not too far away, but he's actually brought the time down by 3 seconds, so he's doing okay at the moment.
Yeah, he is. I'm just looking at his time, and he was 1.1 quicker than 40 that last lap. So it yeah, should be nice and close. So it's just under 5 seconds at the moment. So you know, hopefully Hobbo can bring a nice, exciting, typical Bathurst finish.
Yeah, well, in that lap, he's pulled in 1.1 seconds in that lap alone, and as you said, it's down to 4.9 seconds. We're riding with Ian at the moment just to see what's going on, because his lap times are dropped to the high 206s. Whether he knows it's going to go time certain and he's just playing the gap, who knows. But it's been one hell of a race tonight, Dave, and you guys in the 27 have led 51 of the 100 laps here tonight. Yeah, they've done well, and yeah, my car did actually, I think it led about 2 laps, so from starting from, what was it, 30 something, I'm happy with that. Yeah, it's been fantastic, but we better get back to calling the final moments of this. But before we let you go, did you want to give a shout out to all your sponsors of both these cars?
Yeah, I'm not too sure what's showing up and what, but yep, we've got the Newlon retro car on the 27, and we had the Eden car on the 040. So thanks to them, thanks to Daniel for jumping on, saving me. So I know I was a little late, but hey, we're all here to have a bit of fun. So, and thanks to Nick for running the series, you guys for doing such a phenomenal, awesome job week in, week out, and yeah, bring on next season.
Yeah, fantastic. And for whatever reason, I don't know why, we're running trading paints, but we have the free fruit on both your cars at the moment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we did go put all the retro stuff on. So anyway, what's done's done.
Yeah, no worries. Well, thanks, Dave, for coming up. We've got about 5 minutes of this race to go, 9 laps, so we're probably only going to get another couple of laps in here tonight.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. So, cheers.
So folks, that was Dave Oliver for Synergy Sim Racing. He was driving in the 040 car, currently sitting in 9th, and Daniel Ackland is driving that car at the moment. But Adrian, we're down to a couple of laps here. Ian's got a gap of 4.7 seconds, and I have a feeling he's just driving to that gap at the moment.
Yeah, look, I can't see he's got a problem. I just think he's just driving the car and he's backed it off a little bit, but like every race car driver, you back it off a little bit, but you don't underdo it, because if you back it off too much, you'll end up binning it. So he's just driving within the limits. He's not making the car get out sideways, and he's just looking after the equipment, which is a pretty good idea.
Yeah, exactly right. I think that's exactly what he's doing. He's like any race driver. He's, as you said, driving in the limits, making sure the car's going to get to the end, and that he doesn't get involved in any like silly accidents or mistakes at this time of the race with a couple of laps to go.
Yeah, he's going to keep an eye on obviously the time behind, because you know we know that once you get in that 2-second realm of getting caught, it obviously the guy's going to catch you. So he's going to keep an eye on that for sure. But he's in a good place. He's just got a few lap cars that he needs to place properly, and he should be good for the end of this race.
Yeah, definitely. And we're down to 8 laps here, folks. 3 minutes race time to go until it goes time certain, and ticking away slowly. Very early hours here, 12:30 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time, 11:30 a.m. Adrian Jarvis time. But yeah, and I'm not sure what time it would be over in the UK or in Spain. If those overseas viewers are there, put it in the chat channel. Probably, let me guess, it's probably just after lunch, 3 o'clock your time.
I will see what message we get up there, Bernie, and I'll let you know.
Yeah, no worries. Riding with Brenton Hobson as we go across the top. The gap was 4.1 seconds at the line, and let's bring it up live, 3.7 seconds. And Brenton's just behind one of the Redback Racing cars as he goes wide, taking no prisoners at the moment. He's not... there's a car almost in the wall in front of him. This is getting really hairy.
Yeah, you got to be careful. It's touch and go. Like I said, you can't back off too much, because you'll end up getting caught out. So, but also if you're driving flat out all the time, if someone gets balked or panics at you chasing them down, they could cause the incident that you don't want.
Yeah, well, that's right. And at the moment, Brenton's taking a lot of chances, which he has to do. He knows he's only got a couple of laps left of this race, probably one more, and to close that gap. And he's not given up, to his credit, but the gap's 4 seconds. And doesn't sound like much, but it's an eternity when you've only got 1, maybe 2 laps left.
Yeah, that's right. I know it blew out to 8, but being at 4 seconds once again, it's that time where he's got enough gap there, and he doesn't have to worry about the draft at the moment. So Ian's doing okay at the moment. He's not going to overdrive this car and try and get the lines right and hit his marks and make sure he brings this home in first position.
And that's exactly what he's doing. And we just heard from our UK viewer. It is 1:30 p.m. UK time at the moment.
Yeah, nice time. Had a bit of feed already and had lunch and probably had some fish and chips or something like that. Oh no, it's a Friday, so maybe just a good old salami sandwich or something like that, Bernie.
Salami sandwich. Yeah, okay.
Oh, well, I don't know. Was it marmalade sandwich? There we go. Marmalade sandwich. That's what they would have had.
Marmalade sandwich. Oh dear, it gets better, doesn't it? It's one of those gifts that just keep on giving.
Well, you know, old Paddington Bear, he loved his marmalade, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. I can't argue with that.
Well, there you go. You're having a marmalade sandwich.
Oh, dearie me, save me. It's 12:30 a.m. our time now. 7 laps to go. I reckon he's going to get the white flag when he goes across this time by.
No. Not at all.
Yeah, and we also need to give a shout out to Adam Zeidinger, ERA, the number 26. He's done a fantastic job. Him and his teammate, they're bringing this car home, and it virtually looks brand new. And you know, a great result here for this team, coming home in third and looking pretty safe. They're also running the 888 number on that car, so you know that has to go to towards something of the paint award that Adrian and I still have to decide yet.
You know what it is? He's had some Queensland sun in the last couple of weeks, and he's still beaming and energised from being up here in Queensland.
Okay. You can tell I sound really convinced by that.
Oh, come on. You know better than everyone. Nothing like being in the Queensland sun and getting your battery recharged. It's awesome.
Yeah, okay.
Well, you could be in Tasmania if you wanted to and get no charge at all.
As I said, okay.
Oh, here we go. He's in one of those moods, folks. It's after 12 o'clock and the little princess is in his mood.
Yeah, and Tom Jones, of course, teamed up with Adam Zeidinger. And how could I forget that? Because he was the late call-up because Mr. O'Brien couldn't be seen in a Ford. But Brenton's running 5th at the moment in the 226, so they've only dropped 1 position, so another good result. It always is for ERA, isn't it, and SSR. They generally, they've got both their cars in the top 10, which is a dominant performance. But I tell you what, 6 laps to go, we've passed 12:33. I'm starting to wonder if this race is actually going to go time certain.
Oh, we've got 3 minutes with just about 2 laps to go.
Okay. So in the gap last time by, folks, 4.7 seconds. It's pretty much stabilised now. If we look at the lap times, Ian Ford did a 2:05.882 and Brenton Hobson a 2:06.100. Also looking at our retirements at the moment, we have lost another number of cars since the last time we spoke. The 016, Scott Kozlowski was driving that car, that has retired 14 laps ago. The 031, that was the David Baxter, Aaron Lee entry. unfortunately that car has also retired. The 717 has retired. Mark Fee was driving that, and they called it quits. Well, actually, no, they haven't. They're still running, sorry. But let's see if they are running. Yes, they are. So that car is still circulating. We did lose a 674. Matt Stratford was driving that car as well. So the total amount of retirements we've had now is 9 cars out of the 31 starters. As far as cars on the lead lap go, folks, we have 8 on the lead lap. The last car on the lead lap is Synergy Sim Racing 2, and Daniel Ackland and Dave Oliver's driving that car, and they're 114 seconds down.
Fantastic, and I'll update Benjamin Smith. No, Adam is not from Queensland. He come up here for a bit of a break, and he's actually a Mexican.
Who's the Mexican?
Adam Zeitinger.
Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. You know, that's fine.
From Melbourne.
I know he's from Melbourne.
I'm just making sure. You know, might have been one of these people going to Mexican. What? So he's from Mexico?
No, I knew what you're talking about. I'm just vaguing out because it's getting really late here, and I'm normally in bed by about 10 o'clock. So this is like really late for me.
It's not 12 o'clock. It's real time is 11:30.
Okay, 4 laps to go here, folks. 12:36 a.m., 11:36 real time, according to some.
And we've got 30 seconds left, so this is the last lap, Benny.
Okay, so we can see Ian Ford arguably going across the top of the mountain for the last time here tonight. 106 laps have been run of a 110 lap race, and it's looking like, unless some disaster happens and Adrian starts putting the mockers on this car, it looks like it's going to be an ERA win here for the SDRT ABR V8 Supercars Championship.
Well, if I was driving it, knowing my luck, it'd probably throw a piston out the side because it's a Ford.
We can see in the background now Brenton Hobson. He can see Ian Ford now, but they know it's on the last lap coming into Caltech's chase for the final time. And unless Ian runs out of fuel and does something else Whincup would probably do, it's looking good for ERA 1.
Yeah, no, that's for the second place car because it's a Holden and they run out of fuel because they just drink too much fuel.
Yes, as we see now, the number 1 car comes across the line and the championship goes to ERA number 1. Fantastic drive, and right behind him, Brenton Hobson in the Synergy Sim Racing 1 car. He was teamed up with Michael Schreier. Ian Ford, he had Luke Harvey team up with him earlier on tonight, so fantastic drive by both of these teams, and a really good race in my opinion.
Oh, it was a fantastic race, and you know, it was great to see how well all the teams ran their race. So it, you know, top effort by everyone, and just the limited amount of retirements was fantastic with this big field. Oh
yeah, it was really good, and the driving standard as always was high in this series. The racing earlier on though, it looked like Synergy Sim Racing were going to run away with this race tonight, and this car we're looking at running in the low top 10 most of the night, but when it counted they tipped this on its head. If you look at the statistics, this car only led for 27 of the 107 laps. The first 51 laps were led by the 27 car, Synergy Sim Racing entry. The only other cars to lead a lap was a 26. It led 3 laps. The 056, the Peter Sattler ABR entry, led 1 lap. The 040 led 5 laps. 097 led 7, and the last car to lead a lap was the 402. As we are just watching Ian doing the drifts down the mountain and celebrating in ERA style. Okay, he lost it, but then he saved it with a donut. Class. Okay, now down to business, Mr. Jarvis. We have to look at paint of the night.
It's a difficult choice. I mean, you know, the boys have put in a big effort tonight, and it's fantastic. Everyone got on board on it. It's definitely a brilliant effort. But what can I say? I think I'm really keen on car 26. It was between 25 and 26, but I think the car 26 is definitely shone throughout the whole race.
Yeah, the cars I like, the 26 definitely, the 25 definitely. The other one I want to throw in there is the, well, he really threw it in there, he hit the wall, was the 012 Monaro for detail as well, and the 69 of Benjamin Smith's, a Race on Oz entry. I want to throw that into the ring as well. So there's the 4 cars we need to choose, folks. So anyone on the commentary channel, the choice for tonight's win of the paint is the 26 or the 25, the 69 or the 012. So if you're on our commentary channel, put in the number you think it should be. Well, okay, someone else put the 085. That wasn't one of the 4, but and we'll see who wins.
Yeah, we'll see. We've got 30 out there. I mean, surely they can put a number up there. We'll get a couple up there. It'll be really great. There's waiting for the guys to stop doing their burnouts, and we'll see if we can get a few guys up here and get to a couple of interviews off of them.
Yeah, definitely. And at the moment, we only have one entry, and that's a 085. Great participation going on here, folks. We love it. Alright, so okay, so we've got 1 vote for the 69 at the moment. So that's the Race on Oz entry. They want to know who wins. Yeah, so your vote was for the 26, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm up for the 26. I think it's out of those 4, I think 26 close second, 25, but that holds a little bit of special because I think I actually own the model toy for that one.
Okay, well at the moment the votes are now coming in. We've had 3 votes for the 69, that's a Race on Oz entry, and we've had 2 votes for the 26, 1 viewer vote and your vote. People are saying, what's the 69 car? That was a Race on Oz entry, folks, the retro Race on Oz entry. Unfortunately, that car has retired, so we can't show you that car, but it was running around earlier this evening. Alright, well I think we need to call it, so I reckon, God, it comes down to me again, doesn't it?
Apparently.
Yeah, well, the viewer votes overwhelmingly the 69, the Race on Oz entry. So that has now got 4 votes to 3 to 26. Okay, let's bring up the winner and they can choose. No. Alright, so the winner of the paint scheme is the 69 Race on Oz. That's Benjamin Smith's entry. Well done to that team. Close second is the 26 ERA entry. So there you go. Well done, Race on Oz. Geez, that was the hardest thing we had to do all night. Well, the hardest thing I had to do all night. Thanks, mate.
You're welcome.
All right, let's bring up Ian Ford, our race winner, and then we'll bring up Brenton Hobson in the 27. Hi Ian, welcome to RRTV's Combox, and congratulations on winning the SDRT ABR V8 series after 23 rounds. It came down to tonight, and you guys led when it counted, and that was the last third of the race, so fantastic effort.
Yeah, thanks for that, Bernie. It's bloody amazing feeling to win the series, especially against such a hard competition such as SSR. They like, I'm guessing they threw pretty much everything they had at us there, and it was good to jump back in the car after got 3 weeks out of it and put in such a bloody good race around one of Australia's best tracks.
Yeah, it was a darn good race, and it was an interesting race. Synergy Sim Racing, they went out hard, didn't they? From the start, they went out really hard, and they led for 51 laps of those, where you guys were running in the back of the top 10 most of the night. What were your thoughts at that point? Did you think you still had a car where you could compete, or was your strategy to run more conservatively to make sure you had a car at the end of it?
I think we had a pretty... I'll let Luke answer that one in a sec. Personally, I thought our car was pretty decent. It had a few handling issues and everything, but SSR made a break and got in the lead and just cruised along. But we had to try and work our way back into like the lead group sort of thing after a bit. So I think that the car was always solid, and it just required enough pushing to get it there.
Fantastic. And what were your thoughts on it, Luke? We saw you earlier on in the race, and you sort of probably had the hardest, well, not the hardest bit, it was all hard, but you were probably running, the first half of the race, I guess?
Yeah, I ran the first 42 laps, and the reason we hung around that bottom of the top 10 was just I had a bit of a lack of pace, so... but yeah, 40 kept tuning the car up and kept giving me some tips throughout the race, and yeah, lo and behold, he's pulled one out and done the job.
Yeah, it was brilliant. You had the whole race. When when the race sort of tipped on its head, it was fantastic to watch, and it was a great result for both of you guys. It must be really satisfying that. After 23 rounds, the last round, it comes to ERA, the trophy.
Yeah, for sure. We were a bit gutted the other week with AEC finishing up how it did after being so strong early in the season, but I took a bit of time off and focused on other things instead of running the sprint series, and luckily enough, Luke took up the title there, so he's the drivers' champion. He'll take the number one and that side of things, and to keep the number one on this car for next season is a bloody awesome achievement. And I think we had 3 cars in the top 5 again, which shows exactly how strong we are. We finished up pretty much how we started the season.
Yeah, fantastic. And I'm going to hand you over to Adrian now, because he's probably snoozed off to sleep, and see if he's got any more questions for you guys.
He's definitely having a nap.
Yeah, he's gone to sleep. But anyway, guys, it's been a fantastic effort tonight. I know that that the series starts again, looks like early January. What's your plans? Are you guys going to come back and compete?
Yeah, I'll be back for sure. I really like the way Nick's presented this series and the way they've handled everything. I think it's a great series to be involved in. And also the fact,
you keep going.
Yeah, the fact that you guys broadcast all the endurance races just makes that little bit more professional, which is great.
Yeah, and I'll certainly be back. I don't think I'll be driving the as an A driver anymore, but definitely as a B driver, just starting to really focus at other places. I'm trying to get the pro license in the GT3s as well as the F1, but yeah, that's my main focus at the moment. So we'll see how we go in January.
Yeah, fantastic. And one of the viewers asked me to ask you this, Ian. What do you think of the Formula One car?
It's an absolute beast at some tracks, and at other tracks it's a bit of a pig. But all in all, it takes a lot of laps of practice, and I literally think it's more difficult than the V8 to drive, just for the fact that it takes such a smooth amount of control, and little percentages like 1 extra percent throttle can actually put you in the wall. But it's definitely one of my favourite cars, just for the fact that you just fang it into corners and hold on for dear life. And when I tried that at the V8, it didn't work out quite as well over the top of the mountain tonight.
Yeah, I saw that. When you lost it, you tried to cover it up with a donut. Well done.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and turning our attention tomorrow night, Blancpain Endurance Series. I think last time I saw you, you guys are in the top split. We hope to be broadcasting the top split tomorrow night. So, how's your campaign been going as far as trying to get into the World Championships?
It's been really up and down for us. It's like usually we absolutely have an abysmal first 2 races for the weekend, and then we pick up points in the last split. Like last weekend, we got 12th in the final race, so that was an awesome achievement. But other than that, I think that we have the talent and enough manpower to pretty much bring the car through and get in there. I think we're only about 40 points off the qualifying position, so we'll just keep on plugging away at that. And I'm pretty sure that we've definitely got one car that's going to be another Pro Series car, so that's always an amazing job. Simon and I think it's Andrew Carl and those guys have done an amazing job by, I believe they finished in the top 10 like numerous times. And they pretty much gave up their position to us last weekend just to make sure that we got the extra points we needed, so we don't have to struggle quite as hard at the end of the season.
Yeah, fantastic. And the first round I watched, I couldn't believe how many teams turned up. There must have been like 150 teams across 3 splits. It was absolutely nuts. Are you still getting that sort of level of fields, or are they died off a little bit since we're going into round 3?
They've seemed to die off a little bit, just a few teams that either they've had 2 really bad results and they won't rock up this week. But other than that, it's other teams that jump in and go, okay, we usually do well in our split, so we should be right here. And they've just been outclassed pretty much by some of the best teams in the world. And now the competition does thin out a little bit, but by no means does it get any less fierce, because everyone from the same team, if one of their teams, one of their cars has had a bad couple of results, they'll pretty much put all their effort behind one car, and it becomes twice as hard to beat them.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine the level of competition would be extremely high as well. But before we let you go, let's get back to this. Do you want to give a shout out to all your sponsors that backed this car tonight?
Oh, massive shout out to RRTV for putting on such a fantastic broadcast. I'm going to have to watch that one back while I'm drinking tomorrow in the sun. And other than that, GTI, MPMS Racing Simulators, they do an awesome job. Believe that they've got a new product coming out with pedals and gear sticks and that sort of thing, so that's definitely something to ask the boys about over that way. Other than that, we've got JRT, which worked out perfectly and led us on our way to a victory tonight. And geez, I'm firing blanks here.
Logitech.
Yep, Logitech as well. Got a few surprises coming with Logitech, so that's going to be something awesome to show you guys, and we'll see what we can do for the community with that. And I'm pretty sure that's it. Maverick Welding, there you go.
Fantastic. Well, once again, congratulations on winning the series. It was a fantastic race. It was very entertaining. We look forward to seeing how you guys go tomorrow night, and of course the return of the SDRT in early January.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for doing the broadcast, Bernie. It's been absolutely appreciated every week. There's been like last week I just couldn't race, but I watched the broadcast and I was going to jump into the comment booth, but I didn't really know what was going on at all, so I just chilled out.
Yeah, fair enough. In other words, you had a few beers and you decided it was far better to be slack and sit down and chill out and watch us do all the hard work. Is that right?
Possibly.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, man. Have a Merry Christmas to you and all the guys in ERA and Luke as well. And, we look forward to catching up with you during the Blunk Pain, hopefully. And, definitely next year.
No worries. Thank you, Benny.
Thanks, Bernie. Catch you later.
So you still here, Adrian, or you gone to sleep, mate?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I'll bring up Brenton Hobson. He was in the 27 car. Did you want to have a quick chat with him? We've also got Michael Ford and Stephen Varga for the 149, which I'll have a chat with. Well, he's just gone.
We'll bring up Brenton because he did come in second. Hey Brenton, welcome back to the comms box. A second place tonight in the race and a second in the championship. Can't be too disappointed in that.
No, not at all. That's a hell of a result, really, when you think about it. So no, we're all very pleased with that down at the team.
Yeah, awesome. Guys did a fantastic race, but Ian just showed his class at the end, didn't he? He just got out there and once he got the lead, he just took command of the lead and showed his pace.
Yeah, that's right. He's exact, and he got the lead there just before the last pit stops, and we overfueled the car a little bit at the stop and lost a few seconds, which we'd never get back.
Yeah, we thought that you were going to get the time back, and you closed it in there. But I think Ian was playing possum there for a bit and just making sure he could keep that gap to you.
Yeah, that's right. He didn't need to push too hard at the end. I don't think I've ever driven a more aggressive and clean 20 laps at a track ever, let alone Bathurst. I gave that everything I had, and at one point I thought we might have had a chance, but I thought he was saving fuel, but I don't think he was. He was just taking it easy. He didn't need to push too hard, so that was a really fun end of the race, though. I really enjoyed that, and they were the better team on the day, and they deserved the win.
Yeah, no, it was a great race from our point of view, and I reckon it was a great race for all the viewers out there because plenty of action throughout the night, and to have a championship on the line as well, which is fantastic. You don't get to see that very often, and tonight we saw it, and it was great, and you guys were out there racing hard and clean, which is really fantastic.
Yeah, no one likes to see a championship that just ends up being a whitewash decided 2 rounds before the end or something like that. It's pretty cool to see 2 cars go into the last race equal on points, and they just need to basically sort it out on the track, which is, as race car drivers, that's what we love to do. And it was a good championship, actually. We didn't do the first round, but after that, towards the end, we realised we were in with a shot. And as it wound out, it was a good finish.
Yeah, it certainly was, and it was great to see that you boys worked your way up, and it was awesome to have you guys do that. The plans for next year, definitely going to jump in again?
Yeah, we haven't really talked about next year, but this series has been a really good fun one for us. We've all jumped in just for a bit of a fang and really enjoyed it, and I think that there'll be a number of guys who decide they want to come back and have another go.
Yeah, fantastic. And being a long track like Bathurst, how was your pace? I know that you swapped in there in the last pit stop. Was that on the cards, or was that a quick change to try and get the car up near the end and try and take a fight there to Ian?
Well, yeah, initially the plan was for me not to get back in. Michael tends to be probably the quicker of the two of us most of the time, but not sure if the car had a little bit of damage that we couldn't see or something, but he just felt like he wasn't going to be quick enough to challenge Ian, so we decided for me to get back in.
And I managed to punch out some pretty consistent fast laps at the end. So in the end, it probably was the right decision. But either way, I think Ian was just a little bit too quick for the both of us tonight.
Yeah, certainly it was. Well, mate, I haven't got any more questions. But look, congratulations on second tonight and on the championship as well. And I suppose the boys there at SSR are going to have some champagne and enjoy the night because it was well deserved. You guys worked hard there, and good to see. And like to see it happen again next year, which we'll do eventually. But things won't allow me to until later on. But look, keep it up, and I'll be watching on YouTube.
Yeah, we'll do.
Yeah, fantastic effort tonight, Brenton, and Michael as well, who's probably asleep. But yeah, brilliant job. 51 laps out of the 107 you guys led. Went out hard, but unfortunately it didn't quite go your way tonight. But it was very entertaining to call it, and the viewers absolutely loved the race. So thanks for the entertainment tonight.
Yeah, no worries. I'm looking forward to going back and watching that last stint. Actually, I think that's probably the best I've driven the V8 Supercar ever. So I'm looking forward to going back and having a look.
Yeah, fantastic. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. And of course, we've got Dave Oliver up here as well from your sister car, the 040. This car came home 8th. It was the last car on the lead lap. So, Dave, well done, mate. Your car was in a bit of an incident earlier on, wasn't it? And pretty much put you right up the back of the field, and you pretty much spent the rest of the night getting that car back up to the pointy end, which you did. Getting it back to 8th was a huge effort.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shame getting caught up in the accident early on, having to use the fast repair, and then it was just circulate and then use a bit of strategy and with safety cars, and it worked at the with the last safety car. I only had to fill up like a third of a tank, so I pretty much came out ahead of all the front runners, which and then that restart was a little bit weird with guys holding back and back markers everywhere, and Nick going in the pits following the safety car, so it was a bit of a nobody wanted to start the race.
Yeah, it was a real messy restart, wasn't it? And I was holding my breath because the field just looked very disorganised. As you said, we had back markers sprinkled everywhere, and it felt quite dangerous to me. But it sort of sorted itself out, didn't it?
Yeah, at one point, on that restart, I went 3 wide down the front straight trying to get past the guys that were now effectively about to get lapped, so they were lapped with Nick. So pretty much it went 3 wide. I'm like, I'm just going to back out of this, and then I ended up getting them up the straight.
Yeah, we saw you take that dive 3 wide, and I was holding my breath. I was wondering what was going to happen when you got to Hell Corner, but it all sorted itself out anyway. So, good drive by that car, your car as well. And I guess we'll see you guys back next year as well.
I hope so. But just, let's see what happens.
Fantastic. Well, before we let you guys go, who wants to give a shout out to the sponsors of Synergy Sim Racing?
Go for it.
Yeah, sure. Shout out to Boost Juice, who I think was on both the cars on the broadcast. And we did actually have the Newlon Bob Morris livery on the 27 instead of the 25 tonight. But I don't think that showed on the broadcast. But big shout out to those guys, Bruce and to Newlon. They're the two that we've had on the cars throughout the SDRT stuff. So big shout out to them, and also a big shout out to all the guys in the team, Dave included, and a special mention for Dan Ackland, because he drove with us in the 25 and did I think a couple of races where we got a win and a second. So shout out to him for his effort, although he wasn't here tonight. Well, he was, but not in the 20. Not in the 25 or 27.
Saved my bacon.
Yeah, that's right. Shout out to him for his effort this season as well. And lastly, for you guys for doing the broadcast. Always enjoy going back and taking a look.
Yeah, fantastic. Is the 25, is that one of your cars? Because we had that down as Laser Racing.
Yeah, I think that they entered the server with our number, so we were changed from 25 to 27.
Oh, okay, you confused me. All right, no worries. All right, guys, well, have a great Christmas, and we look forward to catching up with you in the new year.
Yeah, you too, mate.
Okay, so our last interview tonight is with Michael Ford. He drove in the 25 for Laser Racing. Hi Michael, thanks for waiting in the green room. Welcome to the Combox. We had you finish in 17th and 3 laps down, but before we get into how your race went, your paint scheme looks brilliant out there tonight, so well done.
Thanks Bernie, yeah, it's good to be back again. It's been a few months between drinks talking to you, but yeah, the Tony Longhouse inspired Castrol colour stand was definitely very standoutish tonight. It was fun to drive, kind of a bit fanboyish for myself. I kind of liked him as a kid growing up. So yeah, it was an interesting race. Had a few connection issues that I couldn't jump on any sooner, but jumped on and I was just going to go straight from the end from lap 60 when the safety car came out and made a silly mistake towards the end of the race.
Yeah, it was quite an interesting race, wasn't it? And how did it go for the 25? Like, we know you're 3 laps down.
Yeah.
Were there many incidents you guys were involved in, or what caused it?
Brought it on myself, just pushing a little bit too hard. I was catching Brent O'Brien in the 226 for 5th, catching him by about a second and a half a lap, and clipped the inside of the dipper, bent the steering, and decided to pit just to do a quick user fast repair. That sort of backfired, but the car started refueling, and it went from there. It went downhill. I was just pushing way too hard, ultimately to try and make up too much ground. Sort of a rookie error. I'll take the blame for that one, and just hit the inside of the exit curb on the dipper and spun it. That was our race over. We were running 6th at the stage. Limped it back to the pits, and yeah, 5 minutes of required repairs, and we only had 3 minutes 40 or something left of the race.
Oh man, that's bad. Especially so late in the race, but the car did look good, and yeah, it sounded like most of the time you had a good race up until the last 3 minutes. So
yeah, it was an interesting race. Baldy asked me to race with him at the start of the week just to help him out. Thought it'd be a good little combination. We as in Performance Motorsports had him as a teammate for the first of the Enduros through Strops, and been chatting to him ever since. He asked me to join the team for this race, and had a bit of fun with him, and it was fun until that point.
Yeah, it sounds like it. But, before we let you go, because it's getting pretty late here, like really late, did you want to give a shout out to any sponsors or anyone that's backed your team tonight?
I'll give a massive shout out to Bordy. Thanks for the opportunity, and Jason Bence as well as Michael Hammond from Laser Racing. All their sponsors couldn't have done it without them. Bordy put enough practice sessions throughout the week for us to sort of gel together and work out a setup. Daniel Trim for Performance Motorsports, my boss. Thanks for letting me race with them. It was fun, but yeah, it was interesting. Learned a few more things about the way I need to drive, and back again for next season.
Yeah, fantastic. And I think the season starts early January to mid-January, I think they were talking about. No doubt it'll be in the forums with the exact dates, but we'll get a couple of weeks off and then it'll all be go again.
That's it. No rest for the wicked.
Yeah, that's right. All right, Michael, well, thanks for popping in. Hope you and your family have a very Merry Christmas, and we'll see you in the new year, mate.
No worries. Thanks, Bernie. To you.
So, folks, the results of the podium tonight, before we wrap this up. Evolution Racing Australia wins the final round tonight and clinches the championship. Synergy Sim Racing threw everything they had at them and came home 2.4 seconds behind in second. And then rounding out your top three was Evolution Racing Australia, the number 26 car. And that's your podium tonight. The winner of the Paint Award, I have found the car folks. And the winner goes to 69. The Race on Oz entry wins the Retro Paint Award. So congratulations to Benjamin Smith. You'll be receiving $20 in iRacing credits very shortly in your account to be dispersed whichever way you choose. So Adrian, thanks mate for coming in. It's been a big one for us tonight. It's 1:10 here. We've got a backup tomorrow night again. I think 8 p.m. tomorrow night we go live for the Blancpain Endurance Series. But big effort from you, mate. I hope you enjoyed it, and thanks for coming in and commentating.
Yeah, no, it was a great race. A long day for me. I was up about 5. Well, I was up actually earlier than that, so 5 this morning to get to work early, and I've been up ever since. So it's been a long day, but hung in there right up until the end there. I was nodding off there a little bit, but getting a bit old, mate. But look, the racing was fantastic. Once again, the boys turned it on, and probably the best racing I've seen with V8s for a while. So they've done a brilliant job, and nothing too untoward, basically. So I thought the racing was fantastic.
Yeah, I thought it was too. It was very entertaining and lots of twists, which you'd expect in an enduro at Mount Panorama, and it definitely did not disappoint, having that battle right to the end. 2.5 seconds separating a 23 round all year event is pretty incredible. So well done to all the teams and the organisers for running such an event. But Adrian, I reckon we should say goodnight to our viewers and hit the sack. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think so. It's great to have the viewers on board. I think we reached about 60 there at one stage, and it's fantastic to have that many viewers. So look, good night, viewers. I will say farewell for now. I will return with Bernie, but look, once again, there's stuff that I've got to attend to in the next few months, so unfortunately I can't help Bernie out for a while. But look, thanks for joining in. It's been a pleasure working with Bernie. He's a great boss and fantastic person to work with. So look, keep sticking in there. Watch his channels, because it's a fantastic channel and he puts on a fantastic effort. But look, he'll be back and covering off this race, and look, I can't wait to get back. And when I do, I'll tell you what, watch out, folks.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you can't go away yet because we've got another race to call, maybe another 2. Who knows? We'll see how far I can stretch you. But folks, for everyone that's joined us tonight, thank you very much. I hope you've enjoyed our telecast of the SDRT ABR V8 Supercar Series. It's been a pleasure calling it for you. And thanks to all the international viewers that joined us through iRacing Live tonight. We hope you enjoyed it and seeing some of the racing here in Australia. But until tomorrow night, when we call the Blancpain Endurance Series, which I hope you can join us, on behalf of Adrian Jarvis, I'm Bernie Weemers. We'd like to wish you all a very good night. If you can't join us tomorrow night, I hope you and your family have a very nice Christmas. Until next year, folks, we will meet again. Don't know where, don't know when. So, all right, folks, good night.